Welcome in, everybody. Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma here, live with severe weather coverage here on July 3rd, 2026. Welcome in if you guys are just joining us. Chandler and Ryan are also with me today. There we go. We got Chandler on the screen now. Severe thunderstorm warning has just popped in. This is not your ordinary severe thunderstorm warning. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This has been issued for 3 counties in West Michigan. We're going to go ahead and go into the details right now. I'm going to go ahead and turn off my cameras in the background, Chandler, just because you do have some of them live, so I can take you as needed. So zooming in, as you can see on the screen, a big orange box with a red outline has popped up. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Van Buren County, Allegan County, and Ottawa County in southwestern Michigan until 4:45 p.m. At 3:13, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 26 miles west of Highland State Park to 21 miles west of Saugatuck to 13 miles northwest of New Buffalo, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Hazards here, again, this is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. 70-mile-per-hour winds are expected with this line of storms. Considerable damage to trees. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations impacted include Holland, Grand Haven, Allegan, South Haven, Paw Paw, Hudsonville, Zeeland, Coopersville, Wayland, Otsego, Plainwell, Hartford, Matawan, Lawton, Bangor, Decatur, Fenville, Saugatuck, Martin, and Van Buren State Park. Special text reads, these are potentially deadly storms. Seek shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure. Abandon your vehicles in search of a more substantial permanent structure and stay away from windows. That is direct text from the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids. These are 70-mile-per-hour winds heading in for West Michigan right now. It's not often you see that type of text out of the National Weather Service. So take these storms very seriously. If you have any 4th of July holiday plans at all at this current time, you need to be advised a considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued, and this line is expected to march itself across the state, heading towards eastern Michigan later this evening. As a reminder, a severe thunderstorm watch is in effect.
Just a couple locations there for you to read off, Joel. Just a few.
Oh, yeah. We also do have one of our chasers out today, Ben. He is on I believe the lone cell near Marcellus right now.
Yep.
And that one has had a reported wall cloud on it that I've seen. So again, that is a strong storm. We'll have to watch that, similar to some systems in the past where you have these prefrontal cells that do have a low end all hazards risk. Now, the bad thing about today is we are without our northern Indiana radar. So locations in Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale, your primary radar is offline. This means we have to use the Grand Rapids radar today, perhaps Chicago, or perhaps Detroit. As again, northern Indiana's radar is down. They do not expect this radar to be repaired for another 4 days. So again, any storms today, any storms tomorrow, any storms on Sunday, any storms on Monday, you will not be able to see them very well on radar across southwest Michigan. We have to use the Grand Rapids radar at the Ford Airport for these storms. Again, as you can see, we're looking at velocity radar right now. Again, if you guys are just tuning in, you need to be sharing these details with your friends and family as soon as possible, as this is heading in for southwest Michigan. A lot of people involved, especially on the holiday weekend here. Liking and sharing goes a long ways, even if you don't know anybody in the area. Again, these are some considerably damaging storms here. They do not issue a considerable severe thunderstorm warning just out of the blue like that. So multiple, if you guys have missed the details coming out of the Chicago area, widespread 70-mile-per-hour winds and damage across the Chicago region right now. And again, that's the southern half of this line of storms. There was also a couple of 60 to 65 gusts up here near Waukegan in Racine, Wisconsin. And that Boeing segment, that northernmost Boeing segment, is heading for Holland, Saugatuck, Douglas, Fenville, and Glenn, and a little bit further south towards South Haven. So if you are anywhere inside of this orange polygon right now, you need to be taking your necessary safety precautions. Do not delay, especially on a holiday weekend, to get to substantial shelter now. Again, these are 70-mile-per-hour winds. You need to be taking these seriously, as we often do not see 70-mile-per-hour winds or greater often here in the state of Michigan. We usually get them we get them like probably 3 or 4 times a year, and these are just one of those times. So please be taking shelter now if you are in this considerable severe thunderstorm warning.
Speaking right now, we got a massive shelf cloud coming in right now. It's very low to the ground, very photogenic shelf cloud right now.
Drew is reporting a shelf cloud. See if I can pull up his location here. He is in between Douglas and Glenn at the current time. Yeah, Drew, you want to position yourself away from trees. Again, considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Heading the apex of that bow, heading right for Douglas and Fenville at the current time. Again, if you guys are just tuning in, again, considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect right now for portions of Ottawa, Allegan, and Van Buren counties for 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. That is the only hazard. They do not have hail listed in here, so it is just a wind threat. And these storms are moving off to the east at about 45 miles per hour. So if you are in this orange box right now, you can see it coming your way.
Copy that.
10-4. Also a little interested in the southern pocket here. Obviously, Berrien County not in a warning yet, but this pocket down here has been responsible for the 70-mile-per-hour winds in the Chicago area, and that is a very impressive cell/rear inflow jet moving in towards the St. Joseph County area. It's a very large storm. So again, if you are Stevensville, St. Joseph, up towards the Covert, South Haven, and Coloma areas, this secondary patch of wind is heading your way. Again, watching this front edge here, zooming in on it on radar here in the white box. That right there is where we do have the wind field kind of folding in on itself. And when it folds in on itself, it could quickly produce a brief spin up tornado. There could be a water spout on the water. And again, if you are in St. Joseph looking west, that would be heading right for you guys right now. And you got about 10 minutes before this is on land. So do not delay. Take shelter now, especially if you're in Berrien County. No warning in effect there, but that could change on a dime.
Joel, I do have our Holland camera pulled up, courtesy of Busker Septic Tank and Excavating, if you want to see what it looks like offshore right now. Nothing too crazy at this time. Oh, I didn't like that I went full screen with it. It's all right. It's all right.
You're good. So the good news right now is we are okay. The storms have not yet arrived.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Preemptive severe thunderstorm warnings being issued, and there you go, Berrien County now getting in on the action. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go ahead and read off the details. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Berrien County in southwest Michigan until 4:45 p.m. At 3:25 p.m., severe thunderstorm was located 8 miles northwest of Shorewood Tower Hill, or 17 miles north of Michigan City, Indiana, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Hazards: 70-mile-per-hour gusts and quarter-sized hail. It is radar indicated. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Considerable tree damage. Wind damage to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings also likely. This is all of Berrien County at the current time. Niles, Benton Harbor, St. Joseph, Buchanan, Fairplain, Benton Heights, Bridgman, New Buffalo, Berrien Springs, Watervliet, Three Oaks, Coloma, Stevensville, Shorewood Tower Hill, Paw Paw Lake, Shorewood Tower Hills Harbor, Lake Michigan Beach, Bertrand, Dayton, and Sodus. That is the entirety of Berrien County. Once again, 70-mile-per-hour winds. Damage threat is considerable, with also 1-inch hail possible for this line coming in towards St. Joseph. To the north, they keep issuing statements up here as well. There's some strong thunder. There's a actual pocket of strong thunderstorms with a little bit of a flooding threat ongoing right now in the Newberry area in Hobart. Again, that's the Upper Peninsula. And these storms are sliding very, very slowly off to the southeast at 15 miles per hour. If you are traveling along M28 this afternoon in the Upper Peninsula, be advised, some nickel-sized hail and 50-mile-per-hour gusts are possible, and those storms are marching towards Trout Lake at a jogging speed, we'll say. So keep in mind up there in the Upper Peninsula. But again, main threat right now is the 70-mile-per-hour winds heading in towards southwest Michigan, the entirety of southwest Michigan. We do have, as you can see on velocity radar, a lot of blues mixing in with your greens. Anytime you see these blues on the velocity radar, it's not a good sign. That is usually a sign of 65 to perhaps 70-mile-per-hour winds. Chandler, do you have something interesting to show on camera?
I don't have really anything on any of my, out of the majority of them. I was looking at the storm on the kind of that prefrontal, if you will, here.
South of Schoolcraft.
You can take my camera if you want to. I don't know how to make the ones on the bottom go away. Oh, sorry, I'm sharing the wrong window. I can switch it here. Give me just a sec. Looking back up north into Three Rivers from headquarters. I'll tell you when I got it. All right, there you
Okay, taking you.
go. It was a little more distinct a couple minutes ago, but there was some sort of a smaller. You can actually see it on Ben's feed a little bit better, his Storm Chaser feed, than what the office camera is showing here. But there's a small lowering in there. I wouldn't come out and say that it's a wall cloud yet. Alex and Matt actually just left to take a closer look at it. Yeah, Ben's out there under it. His feed is in the top left corner. But yeah, we're kind of keeping an eye on this prefrontal cell, seeing what sort of interest that is going to provide us.
Yeah, that is rotating right there too.
Mm-hmm.
Chandler, on your camera software, at the bottom left corner, there should be a way to upgrade to 6 cameras at a time or 8. If you want to put the WT Forestry cam in, that's our sky camera there in southeastern Kalamazoo County, facing that storm as well.
Which one did you say?
WT Forestry, that's Scott's.
Okay. Got it. Wow, looks a little bit more impressive on that one.
Tell me when.
Go ahead. You can really see the interest lowering over here on the left side of the screen. Right here in the middle is where we're looking at that.
Right click and zoom. Right click and then enable digital zoom there. Okay.
Now that's interesting.
Yeah, keep an eye on that. Again, we're looking right now live at the WT Forestry camera in Scotts, Michigan at a cell that is prefrontal in nature in the Schoolcraft area. And again, that's on the edge of the jurisdiction between Grand Rapids and Northern Indiana's office. So that is almost worthy of passing that report along. Again, we do also have Ben's cam up there in the top left of the screen. I'll go ahead and take my radar back just to take a look at the radar. Again, that is this cell right now that is currently rotating very weakly out on M216, just to the south of Schoolcraft, just to the north of Three Rivers, with, it almost looks like a little bit of a funnel cloud there underneath the base.
Certainly something to keep an eye on.
So again, we're going to be live here this evening as these winds do move in. And again, the concern right now is 70-mile-per-hour wind is the primary hazard. It is for all 4 of these counties that are currently in a severe thunderstorm warning box. As a reminder, general rule of thumb, if you are inside of an orange polygon that is a severe thunderstorm warning, you should be taking shelter. And these orange polygons today, they have a little bit of a red outline around them, meaning that they are considerable in nature. So not only are we getting 60-mile-per-hour winds, but we also do have 70-mile-per-hour winds as well. Ryan and Chandler, it looks like we're going to have we do have a photo coming in probably pretty shortly from Drew of the shelf cloud rolling into Allegan County.
Sweet.
So if you have firework plans tonight, especially along and south of 96, south of 69 as you get to the east of Lansing, again, they are likely going to be delayed or postponed as the severe weather is rolling in. And these storms are expected to survive in some capacity over to eastern Michigan later tonight. So again, it's supposed to move through West Michigan here between about 3 and 6 o'clock, and then over to the east side of the state between that 6 and 9 o'clock time frame. The severe thunderstorm watch, not warning, but watch, remains in effect till 10 p.m. And as a reminder, a watch means we're watching out for severe weather. It doesn't mean it's happening yet, but the ingredients are on the table for severe weather to happen later this evening. A warning means the ingredients have come together and severe weather is imminent within the next several minutes. And right now, that warning is in effect for Berrien, Van Buren, Allegan, and all of Ottawa County minus pretty much Grand Haven here. As you can see, this orange box does not include Grand Haven, but that storm is just off to the south of you. And these winds are pulling in to Holland and Douglas and Saugatuck first, and also at the exact same time, St. Joseph, Benton Harbor, and Stevensville. So there's 2 different distinct pockets of damaging wind rolling in right now to West Michigan. That is a very impressive shelf cloud from Drew.
Joel, I'm going to poke my head out the window here. I'd like to see if I can look at that. Well, actually, I can turn our camera on it here, I guess. Curious as to what that storm to the south of our office looks like. Don't see anything right now, but keep an eye on it.
Thank you very much, Drew.
What's that, Joel?
I just said thank you very much.
Yeah, I got more videos coming in. I'll be leaving
The
here in
Storm
about
Prediction
10 minutes.
Center, guys, Storm Prediction Center has just upgraded all of southern Michigan to an enhanced risk. That is an upgrade just now. Drew, update from the Storm Prediction Center. Enhanced risk has been issued. Waiting for the details on that to come in. Ryan, if you can hear me, feel free to post the details of each hazard when you get them in the B chat. Okay, thank you. So again, enhanced risk has just been issued for all of southern Michigan. That is a level 3 of 5 from the Storm Prediction Center. As a late afternoon upgrade here, likely due to damaging winds, and these are expected to move all across southern Michigan. As a reminder, from Grand Rapids over to Lansing and over to Flint and over to Port Huron, that line I just mentioned, and points south. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible this evening as this line does move onshore. Right now, still offshore at the current time, but it is very quickly approaching Douglas and Saugatuck and also southwest side of Holland near Beechwood there. Down to the south, it is coming onshore right now in the Shoreham, St. Joseph, Stevensville, and Bridgman areas. And these storms are continuing to march off to the east, east-northeast at about 45 miles per hour. As a reminder, we are live right now on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and X. Feel free to follow along on the platform that you prefer, especially if you know somebody that may not have an account on one platform. Of course, we're always over here on YouTube. You do not need an account on YouTube to watch. Our username is @MIStormchasers. And of course, if you're just tuning in, feel free to share this coverage with your friends and family. We are going to be live until the last warnings are done here on July 3rd. So whether that's in an hour or two from now, or probably 6 hours from now, which is what the environment is favoring, we're going to be live here all evening. So no matter where you're at in southern Michigan, whether that's Grand Rapids to Lansing, over to Jackson, Battle Creek, Ann Arbor, Detroit, Pontiac, all of southern Michigan is under the gun for 70-mile-per-hour winds tonight. That is the main hazard. And right now, the 70-mile-per-hour winds are first approaching Ottawa, Allegan, Van Buren, and Berrien County. As a reminder, these are considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. They do have the text here for 70-mile-per-hour winds. And the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids is mentioning these are potentially deadly storms. Please seek shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure. Abandon vehicles in search of a more substantial permanent structure if you are out of time, and stay away from windows. So again, there is some significant wording to these severe thunderstorm warnings right now as they roll in to West Michigan. That's not our words, that's directly from the National Weather Service. As long as you guys know where your shelter is, this is why we always say prior to the severe weather season starting, you should always have a plan of action to go to in case you guys get a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning in your area. Now, again, if you are downstream to the east, now is going to be that time where you want to think about, hey, we can see it's 2, 3 counties away, maybe even 4 or 5 counties away. It's going to be coming our way in the next several hours. Let's get our severe weather plan ready, so that way we are prepared to go when these warnings are issued. Again, Ottawa, Allegan, Van Buren, Berrien, you're going to be doing it on the fly right now. So please be taking shelter if you're in any one of those 4 counties. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect in the orange polygons with the red outline for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So the upgrade, thank you, Ryan. The upgrade here is for wind, obviously. It's going to be 30% chance, 30 to 45% chance of damaging winds within this line. And it also has a hatched risk for it for 75-mile-per-hour winds possible.
Joel, within the next few minutes here, I am going to have a couple views of this shelf cloud. They're just kind of coming into view right now, so I'm not quite ready to pull them in yet. They still have a lot to be desired, but just so you know.
Sounds good.
And as always, let me know before you pull my screen.
Will do. So we're kind of playing the wait and see game right now. There are prefrontal cells also popping up ahead of time in Berrien Springs. Also in Niles. Those storms are not the severe ones. The storms that are severe are the ones rolling into St. Joseph and Ben Harbor right now, likely getting some very gusty winds. We also have, Chandler, the Coloma cam. That is in northern Berrien County.
Yep.
And that is going to be hit directly by that pocket of wind that you can see rolling in right now.
Yes, I do have the Coloma cam up, as well as the Berrien Center camera up, and the Holland Busher's septic tank and excavation cam. So a couple minutes, we'll get those pulled in here.
Yeah, again, if you do have 4th of July plans tonight, the outlook here across the state is turning sour very quickly as this line is moving in. The good news is for Southwest Michigan, this should be out of your hair by 6 to maybe 7 o'clock at the latest. Again, over into the east side of the state, as we get closer to dusk. So if we can make it through this system, we should be good to go by sundown tonight. But again, over the next 5 to 6 hours here, this line of storms is going to be marching across southern Michigan. So any plans that you do have this afternoon and evening, especially right now in southwest Michigan, you should be ready to postpone them until later on. If you're in southeast Michigan, have fun right now, but do know these storms are on your way. And again, we're using a little bit more strict wording here, as these are not just your average everyday 60 mile per hour wind gusts. These are your 70 mile per hour wind gusts moving in right now in a couple different locations. First, right now, entering Douglas and Saugatuck as we speak. Holland within the next 3 minutes. Also down to Glen within the next 3 minutes. And South Haven within the next 5 to 10. We also have flood advisory coming in for Chippewa County in the Upper Peninsula. St. Joseph, Benton Harbor right now, Coloma within the next 5 minutes, as well as Watervliet, Paw Paw Lake, down to Stevensville and Bridgman within the next 2 minutes, and Sawyer, New Buffalo, Three Oaks starting to get impacted by some rain right now. Not sure about the extent of the wind down there, but again, let us know. There is a radar outage this evening in Berrien, Cass, and St. Joseph Branch in Hillsdale County, as the radar at the National Weather Service office in northern Indiana is down.
Joel, I do have the CentServe LLC Berrien Center camera pulled up if you would like to show it off. We do have a little bit of a ragged looking shelf cloud there as this continues to roll in. I believe this is looking kind of, I don't know if it's due west. It looks to me like it's pointed a little bit either southwest or northwest, just because the cross street there isn't exactly following along. Nice looking view in Berrien Center there in Berrien County. And then I can switch this over to our Holland cam, Busher's septic tank and excavating in Holland. We can see that shelf cloud coming in with some really good looking striations and some asparagus clouds out in front. Very picturesque.
I'm going to mention this right now just because Ryan brought it up, but we have hundreds of thousands of people still out along Lake Michigan right now in southwest Michigan. If you are at the beach, you should be in shelter right now. Again, this is not your average everyday thunderstorm. This is actually a severe thunderstorm with 70 mile per hour winds, and there's still packed beaches right now from Holland down south through St. Joseph right now. It's very infuriating to see. If you know anybody at the beach right now, please tell them to get to shelter immediately. With these 70 mile per hour winds coming in, you do not want to be impaled by a flying umbrella. That is not the place to be right now. Take my camera back here.
The shelf cloud is actually right about to move over the Coloma camera. If you'd like to pull mine back in here.
Will do.
It's actually moving directly over it at this time. So if you're looking straight up and seeing this at the beach, it is pretty much too late. You need to be running to the car if you see this. You certainly do not want to be hit with any small hail, heavy winds, or rain if you are on the beach. Again, this camera here in Coloma, courtesy of Bluestone Defense, again, located in Coloma. This is actually a really good example for those watching how storms can be fluid and move in all sorts of different directions. You know, you can see the clouds moving, and some people might think it's rotation, but it's actually not rotation. It's just the fluidity of the storm and how the storm is moving itself. You have to remember, even though it doesn't look or feel like it, the atmosphere is fluid, and you know, water vapor moves in different ways. Look at the turbulence. Looking up into it there. Wow.
Yeah. Here comes your gust right now at the camera.
Yeah, here come the winds. I would estimate those around 45, 50 miles an hour, getting stronger.
Yeah, definitely getting stronger there. And this is Coloma, Michigan, courtesy of Bluestone Defense. This is looking southwest into St. Joseph and Benton Harbor. So that's the edge of Van Buren and Berrien County. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect right now. Again, severe thunderstorm watch in effect for all of southern Michigan through 10 p.m. As a reminder, if you're anywhere in southern Michigan tonight, that severe weather is heading your way. Be advised to postpone some plans out there as these 70-mile-per-hour gusts march across the state. As a reminder, the Storm Prediction Center also just upgraded their severe risk from a level 2 to a level 3 for all of southern Michigan. That is all the way over into southwest Ontario. So yes, if you are over in southeast Michigan, these storms are expected to survive. And if you have plans now that is later tonight, you need to be ready.
A
to
new
postpone.
considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And go ahead and go back to the radar here.
We did just lose the Coloma camera as well.
We do got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. Again, also considerable in nature. We'll see that orange box pop on in just a second. Also, still some supercells trying to pop up here ahead of the line. And these supercells do have a very low-end all hazards risk with them. South of Berrien Springs, that's something to watch. Still watching the cell Ben is on, and there's also a couple cells in the Marshall area that, even in their weak nature, do have signs of becoming supercells. So keep that in mind. New severe thunderstorm warning popping in. There it is. Here we go. National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Elkhart County and St. Joseph counties in north central Indiana. Also, Cass County and far western St. Joseph County in southwestern Michigan until 5 p.m. Eastern. At 3:47, a severe thunderstorm was located near Three Oaks, or 7 miles west of Buchanan, moving east at 40 miles per hour. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail are possible with this storm. Considerable tree damage is expected. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. In this new severe thunderstorm warning, it is all of Cass County, and because they added a little sliver of western St. Joseph County, the text automatically picked up on it as greater than 5% of the county. What's going on in Buchanan there?
I was kind of wondering the same thing.
And unfortunately, we do not have a radar in northern Indiana, so we have no idea if that's rotation or not.
I do have, if you want to look at the
Niles.
shelf cloud coming into Holland here from Butcher's Septic and Excavating.
Yep.
Again, picturesque shelf cloud coming into the Holland area here. You do not want to be on the beach with us. This is packing quite the punch today.
Go back to the radar here again. Those gusts are already in Holland right now, west side of Holland, in Douglas, Saugatuck, heading into Fenville at the current time. Drew is along that line, entering Glen right now, still approaching South Haven. There's your latest update. It is now about 2 minutes away from South Haven, about 30 seconds away from Covert, about 7 minutes down the road from Bangor, Hartford, about 5 minutes, all the way down here into the Berrien Springs area right now. There's that lead cell. Yeah, it must have been a weird interaction there, because it was one and gone.
Yeah, that probably would be it.
Usually we call that side lobe. Again, let us know what you guys are seeing in terms of damage as it rolls in. This is along US 31 right now in the Holland area up to the north. To the south, it is along the M140 corridor. That's actually a perfect line. It's right straight up and down, north to south, along the 140 corridor. As a reminder, please only utilize our Messenger for damage reports. Please do not ask us questions in Messenger. We are not going to be able to answer them. We are telling you guys right now, please keep Messenger open for your damage reports. Also, you can send on those damage reports if you don't have Messenger over to our Discord server. That's discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. Back on Facebook, though, we also do have Michigan Weather Reports as a community group that you can join. and submit your damage there. As a reminder, anytime you submit a damage report, time, location, as specific as possible, and what you are seeing is what we need to know when it comes to a damage report. So anytime you're impacted by these severe winds, it's a good idea to be as specific as possible when you are reporting your damage reports. So we now have portions of 6 different counties in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. That is for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Some of you guys may not know that, but there are levels to these severe thunderstorm warnings. Anytime there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, no matter what, you should be taking shelter. They have raised the concern on this to a level 2 severe thunderstorm warning because there is a valid probability here of 70-mile-per-hour winds instead of 60-mile-per-hour winds, which is your baseline that you usually get for severe winds.
Joel, we do have a great view from our auto body experts camera in Zealand of the shelf cloud working its way from west to east across Ottawa County, which is going to have the heaviest of the winds packed kind of with it there. It's going to be interesting to see what this does as it continues on shore in the Allegan, Van Buren, and Berrien, and into Cass County areas as well. I'm also do have my eyes on the tail end Charlie near the Tinley Park area in Chicago as that continues to strengthen its work and work its way this way.
Yeah, those considerable warnings do extend back to Chicago, as Chandler was mentioning. So even right now, these storms are kind of training over the same location, especially in northwestern Indiana. Those storms will be a threat later on for perhaps the Niles area and Edwardsburg. But right now, your main concern is these first storms moving through into Berrien County as we speak.
I'm going to go just take a peek outside a minute, Joel, outside headquarters here, just to see if there's anything that I just can't see from the cameras right now. So I will be back in 30 seconds.
Yep. Let's do have Ben out there. He's in the Three Rivers area at the current time. He's chasing a prefrontal cell. That is a storm that is out in front of the main line. Did have a funnel cloud on it. But it has since not shown a funnel cloud, but it's still something we're watching. Ben is right now, that is that cell that is just to the south of Scotts, north of Mendon. Go ahead and take a look at our outage map here, see if anything is verifying as it comes in. Yes, it is. We do have power outages coming in right now. I think. Let me check. Reload here. So the problem is that some of these are from last night too. If you guys missed it last night, there was severe weather that did cross through Allegan and Berry County. So a lot of these same areas getting impacted again today as the storms do roll through southwest Michigan. Current time down there at the bottom of the screen, 3:56 p.m. As a friendly reminder, that is the live time. If your time does not match up with it within 30 seconds, feel free to hit the like button and then refresh. And it should be within 30 seconds once you do refresh. So friendly reminder there, of course. And again, if you're watching it not current to your live time, then again, you're watching this delayed.
We have a great view of the shelf cloud coming into the Niles area. Looks a little more, I don't want to say raggedy, but maybe a little more organized coming into Niles. Compliments of the Jessica Massey State Farm Insurance Agency there.
Let me take yours live.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. We do have a few outages coming in. I'm seeing a couple start to pop in now on the border of Allegan and Van Buren. Let me see. That makes sense. That's right where the outflow boundary is at from that storm. Yeah, they're all located. All of this wind is located in the far western portion of Ottawa, Allegan, Van Buren, and Berrien counties at the current time. Confirmed gust of 55 miles per hour at the ASOS station in Benton Harbor. So that's pretty much right along severe limits there.
Folks, if you're watching the stream right now, make sure to give it a share. We have a lot of people out on the beaches out there who are saying they had absolutely zero warning of a storm coming in. I'm looking at our concurrent viewers, which is how many viewers we have across on all platforms, and we're running about, I don't know, 25% of what we normally would on a severe weather day of this caliber. Please make sure to tell your friends and family to be safe. This line of storms is not going to mess around as it works its way from west to east across the evening hours here. Again, you know, we always keep track of our viewership very, very heavily. And normally for an event like this, we see about 70% more than what we're seeing right now. So please, please, please be sure to check on your friends and family. Make sure they're safe. Make sure they're taking shelter as they need to. Any 4th of July festivities can still take place, you know, after the storm is done tonight. We're not in a major hurry to get them done. This is not going to be, at least that Joel and I think, an all-night event. There's been no indication to believe that. So everything can continue on in a few hours, depending on where you're located. But be safe, check on some friends and other loved ones. If you want to take your radar back, Joel, so I can, thank you. You're good. I'll have a good view of the shelf cloud coming into Hudsonville here in a few minutes.
There is a probability. So right now what's happening is this line is actually starting to weaken just a hair. I think it is still interacting with a little bit of the stableness on Lake Michigan. However, these storms are moving into a more stable environment downstream. So they're still trying to get their act together as they move a little bit to the east. So right now, at the current time, again, considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for 70-mile-per-hour winds. We saw on our Coloma cam, those winds at least look to be 60 mile per hour. We did have a 55 mile per hour gust confirmed in Benton Harbor. And so we are at severe limits no matter what right now, whether it's 60 or 70 or any other number that is higher than 60. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that is validating in real time all up and down the West Michigan shoreline. Yes, everybody can hear you, Nick. As you can see, also ahead of the line, we do have these prefrontal cells popping up as well. As a reminder, severe thunderstorm watch, not warning, but watch is in effect through 10 p.m. So these storms are going to march over to the east side of the state with time. Wind is the primary hazard. We do expect some hail perhaps mixing in as well, but for the most part, this is going to be an only wind event. And damaging winds across a large area are sometimes more considerable than what you would see in a brief, weak tornado. So do keep that in mind. Wind is wind, whether it is straight-lined or spinny in nature, and it can bring down trees, as we saw last night with the storms across Allegan and Berry County, which are, again, in the line of fire for more storms again today. So all the counties in pink are in the severe thunderstorm watch. You can see that is Ottawa, Kent, Ionia, Clinton, Shiawassee, Genesee, Lapeer, and St. Clair. All of those counties and all the rest of the counties to the south. So that's the bottom 4 rows of counties here in the state of Michigan in a severe thunderstorm watch as this line of storms marches your way. Again, conditions are favorable for severe weather this evening. Doesn't mean it's happening yet. If you're in a watch, be advised, could be heading your way within the next several hours, which they are. The orange polygon with the red outline is a severe thunderstorm warning. That means that it's occurring now. You should be taking shelter lowest floor of an interior room. Stay away from windows and exterior walls if you can. No matter where you're at in southern Michigan, it's all of southern Michigan this evening in a severe thunderstorm watch, valid until 10 p.m. So if you have 4th of July plans tonight, be advised to schedule around the incoming storms.
Joel, if you want to just take a look at this, tell me what you think here. This is the Scott's Michigan WT forestry camera.
considerable
We'll hit that
severe
warning in a second. This is
thunderstorm warning has
looking
been issued.
at the base of that storm. That does appear there's some broad rotation, at least ongoing in there. This is the same storm that we were keeping an eye on previously. The structure of this is almost textbook for what we would be seeing on a prefrontal supercell before a line like this. Very clear, defined left edge, sort of scuddy, fingerlingly, raggedy potential wall cloud. But this is definitely something we need to keep an eye on here over the next 10 to 15 minutes as
Chandler,
well.
that might actually be a separate storm. That might be a new cell in Kalamazoo.
Is it?
Yeah, because the Scots cam, the cell that Ben is on is now south of the Scots cam. So yeah, that would be a new cell. That looks like Kalamazoo. We also do have a downtown Kalamazoo cam, but also that might be in it right now. So
well, this is facing the same way, so interesting to keep an eye on for sure.
yeah. They went well out in advance here for a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I'll go ahead and read off the details. As you guys saw that come at the bottom of the screen, the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun County and Kalamazoo County in southwest Michigan until 5:30 p.m. At 4:03, severe thunderstorm was located near Portage, with additional severe thunderstorms developing across Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties, moving east at 25 miles per hour. So they're doing a broad warning for all the storms you see on your screen, plus the additional line that is moving in from the west. Movement, once again, 25 miles per hour off to the east. Hazard, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail are possible with the storm. Yeah, that's shocking that the Storm Prediction Center did not have any hail risk for us here in Michigan.
There are a few reports, Joel, in northern Berrien County, excuse me, of power lines torn off poles and power lines down near or in between Stevensville, Sodus, and Benton Harbor area.
Incoming severe thunderstorm warning for Kent County, according to behind the scenes. I don't know what Drew was just saying. Chandler, do you have your radio on?
No.
Okay. I have my headphones in for a stream here, so I can't tell sometimes what they're saying.
Probably should, but I don't.
Yeah, so again, if you guys are just tuning in, the newest severe thunderstorm warning in effect for a bunch of cells in Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning, so 70-mile-per-hour winds, also 1-inch hail possible. And the special text does say this is a potentially deadly storm. Seek shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure. Abandon vehicles in search for a more substantial permanent structure and stay away from windows. So if needed, please head to the nearest substantial structure if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. And again, as a reminder, they are drawing up a new severe thunderstorm warning for Kent County coming shortly.
We are starting to get some rain here at the office.
There we go.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Kent County, severe
Again,
thunderstorm warning.
we are again, I don't want to make it sound like, we want more viewers. Of course we do, so we can help keep people safe, but for an event like this, we're running well under half of what we would normally have. So check in with your friends, make sure to share the stream regardless of what platform you're watching on. We want to make sure that we can help keep people safe. I've been watching our concurrent views and it really just isn't going up. And typically when we have an event all over the southern portion and southwest portion of Michigan, we're running at least 2 times the views that we are right now. So please check in with your friends, check in with your family members, make sure they are safe and heeding warnings for these strong winds, smaller to moderate size hail coming through.
Somebody says they can't share the stream on Facebook. I'm going to have Ryan look into that. You should be able to. New details for the severe thunderstorm warning coming in. Again, these are the details that are being read off from the National Weather Service. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Kent County in southwestern Michigan until 5:45 p.m. At 4:08, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 6 miles south of Grand Haven to 8 miles north of Allegan to 8 miles north of Bangor, moving east at 35 miles per hour. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And it is pretty much all of southern Kent County. Considerable damage to trees is expected. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Locations in this new severe thunderstorm warning include downtown Grand Rapids, Wyoming, Kentwood, Walker, Grandville, East Grand Rapids, Lowell, Caledonia, Grand Rapids, Gerald R. Ford International Airport, Ada, Grattan, Dutton, Cutlerville, Belmont, Comstock Park, Northview, Murray Lake, Alaska, Elto, and Byron Center. Special text: these are potentially deadly storms. Seek shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure. Abandon vehicles in search of a more substantial permanent structure and stay away from windows. As a reminder, these severe thunderstorm warnings have tiers to them. So there's 3 different levels. You have your baseline for 60-mile-per-hour wind, your considerable for 70-mile-per-hour wind, and your destructive severe thunderstorm warnings for 80-mile-per-hour winds. Right now, we're at the middle point right now where it's 70 or perhaps greater. And you can see on velocity radar as it gets closer to the radar just exactly where those pockets of 60 to 70 are at. Out here on 146th Avenue heading into Jamestown at the current time. Also, Hopkins down to Allegan, down to Gobles, down to Paw Paw being impacted by these winds right now. We also do have a Paw Paw cam, Chandler, and the West Side Garden Center camera in Matawan/Kalamazoo County.
I do have the Frontier Truck Parts camera pulled up right now. If you want to take a look at that as the shelf cloud approaches 131 and the Moline area. Again, a very, very sculpted and well striated shelf cloud. Striated a word? Can I make it up? Works for me.
I guess.
Well sculpted. Yeah, very, very dominant shelf cloud working its way across to southwest Lower Michigan. This is where the heaviest of the winds are going to be.
And it's multiple cells right now. Nick is live, I heard. Okay, we'll put him up there then. Nick, your camera is now... Nick, your camera's now live.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Were you guys just able to hear that warning come across? And if so, was it double or single? There should have been a sound effect with that. Let me know. Okay, so I fixed it, but now I can't hear the sound effects myself now. So that's just, I'll just have to deal with it, I guess. I don't know why it was playing double. It's never been like this before. Well, no, it should be, it's obvious, it goes ding, ding. That's one chime, but as long as it's not two voices speaking at the same time. Can Chandler or Ryan tell me what the guys are saying on the radio if it's important? I can't hear them right now.
I'll see if I have one here that I can turn on, Joel.
Okay, so it sounds like the voiceover is not duplicating itself now. So this is a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We're gonna go ahead and read this off. And this is way ahead of the main line at the current time. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Jackson, southern Ingham, and southeastern Eaton counties until 5:45 p.m. At 4:12, a severe thunderstorm was located 8 miles southwest of Eaton Rapids, moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is going to be a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Also, quarter-sized hail is possible with this storm. Radar indicated. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Considerable tree damage also expected. Wind damage also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. In this severe thunderstorm warning, Mason, Eaton Rapids, Leslie, Stockbridge, Arulius, I think is actually how it's pronounced, Onondaga, Bunker Hill, Brookfield, Weberville, Springport, Dansville, Eden, Fitchburg, Tompkins, Rives Junction, and Pleasant Lake. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. Again, the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids is mentioning this is a potentially deadly storm. Please seek shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure and abandon vehicles if needed for search of more substantial permanent structure and stay away from windows. Once again, every single warning right now is considerable for 70-mile-per-hour winds that you see in these orange boxes with the red outlines around them.
We did lose the pawpaw camera. The shelf cloud is working its way over the west side garden center. You are welcome to pull it if you would like. Power is flickering at the office, Joel, so if I go down, I will hopefully come back.
Okay.
One way or the other. Kind of turning into a clustery mess out there.
Yeah. Also being told right now that Allegan County Emergency Management is activating their sirens due to the 70-mile-per-hour winds in the northeast corner. That is up here. Yeah, that's up here in the door area. That. Ooh, Chandler, pull Byron Center cam.
Yep.
If you're in Byron Center, Cutlerville, Kentwood, Wyoming, Granville, those could be 70-mile-per-hour winds rolling into the southwest corner of Kent County right now. Again, it's really easy to see them on radar because it's getting closer to the radar site. When you get further away from the radar site, it's tough to tell how much of it is actually mixing to the ground. So that's why we have a lot more confidence when it comes to the Grand Rapids area because the radar is over there at the airport.
You can take it, Joel.
Okay.
It's
not there yet.
Shuffle just went over the camera. We should see these winds here pretty quickly.
Gotcha. Keep an eye on it. Let me know when you start to see the winds really take over.
Yep. We might have just lost the camera. I have no update. You can pull it off my screen.
Okay. I don't have any outages in the Byron Center area yet.
My easy station is bugging out.
Power out in Mattawan. Wow. What time was that at? For everyone listening, a confirmed 79 mile per hour wind gust report as of 13 minutes ago in Kalamazoo. 79. That's ahead of the main line.
Joel, you can take my screen here just a second. The shelf cloud had just went over the 131. You can take it whenever. The 131 corridor, again, compliments of Frontier truck parts in the Moline area. Flags are starting to move pretty good there. We should see some heavier winds and precipitation, I would imagine, coming with this. Byron Center camera did go offline almost immediately. So I'm not sure what happened there, but it did happen. So see the camera starting to move a little bit more.
Yeah.
Getting some pretty good wind gusts here at the old HQ.
That 79 mile per hour report was at the airport in Portage. What did Nick say? Look at the wind.
Yeah, trees are really starting to move on the camera now here. Flagpole's bouncing. You can see the crops really moving.
Oh,
New information. This
Yeah.
severe thunderstorm warning has been upgraded.
So there we go, an upgrade to the severe thunderstorm warning in Kalamazoo County. They're going destructive now, so wireless emergency alerts are now sounding on the phone. You can see right now these are some very heavy winds moving in. Ton of warnings coming in now. We're going to go ahead and go back to radar because, again, that 79 mile per hour report is very close to destructive, and because destructive starts at 80, they went ahead and destructive warned it. So this is the highest level severe thunderstorm warning you can get. So reading off the details, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:30 p.m. for all of Calhoun and all of Kalamazoo counties. At 4:16 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Galesburg, or 7 miles east of Kalamazoo, moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is a destructive storm for east side of Kalamazoo, Galesburg, and Climax. Wind in the vicinity of Battle Creek by 5 p.m. will be 80 miles per hour. Hazard, 80 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Source, confirmed. 79 mile per hour report at the Kalamazoo airport. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged. Expect considerable damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles. Extensive tree damage is likely. I'm looking at the power outage map right now, and Van Buren County is lighting up like a Christmas tree as well. Again, this is all of Calhoun and all of Kalamazoo counties for 80 mile per hour winds right now.
A new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Special text does read, this is a potentially deadly storm. Please seek shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure.
Eastbound road.
Is that tree damage that Nick has?
Might be. You can take them full if you want.
Okay. Give me 1 second here.
You're good.
Nick, you're full. That's tree damage, right? One time I need him to respond. Okay, we'll go back to the radar. Again, you are likely hearing sirens. And that is due to the 80 mile per hour winds and also alerts going off on your phone. That's a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80 mile per hour winds. You should be taking shelter now if you are anywhere in Kalamazoo and Calhoun County. Substantial structure. This is why we told you ahead of time, please, if you are downstream from these warnings, you need to be taking shelter now in a substantial structure. You should have a weather-ready plan ready to go. So if you are out of time, duck down, interior room, lowest floor of the building. If you do not have any interior rooms, a bathtub, cover yourself with as much stuff as possible.
94. Water believe a tornado touchdown. Tornado touchdown. There are the reports. Possible tornado.
Again, is that confirmed via you?
Let's confirm. Put it.
Okay, I'm gonna wait for a report on that. Some very strong winds rolling through Marcellus right now, down to the south where Ben is at. We lost Ben's cam; he's out of service as well. But again, that's heading for the office. Chandler, I'm gonna say this for anyone that's at the office right now: you probably should be taking shelter. That includes you, Chandler. So there are some very heavy winds. We do not have the radar site, but there is convergence of winds right now and very heavy winds showing up from the radar site in Grand Rapids. So Chandler, I would say if you are at the office right now, you should probably be taking shelter.
I will here in a little bit.
Also, the severe thunderstorm warning coming in for St. Joseph County, also portions of Western Branch for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-sized hail in effect until 5:30 p.m., moving east at 20 miles per hour. Also, new warning in for Berry County at the current time. They're going with severe thunderstorm warning considerable for all of Berry County till 5:45 p.m. At 4:20, severe thunderstorms were along a line extending from Hudsonville to Wayland to near Otsego, moving east at 40 miles per hour, 70-mile-per-hour gusts. It's all of Berry County. So if you live in anywhere in Berry County, please be taking shelter now. Again, deadly storms possible here with this storm. Also, if you're in Kent County, 70-mile-per-hour winds moving in as well to Kentwood, Cutlerville, Caledonia at the current time. We have, again, tons of outages coming in, especially in Kalamazoo, and starting to move into Calhoun County right now. Battle Creek, these winds are moving into your area by 5 p.m. is what the text did say. Again, if you're tuning in, what you're looking at on the screen, there are a plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. So we'll break it down box by box here. If you see a box, if you see a box with an orange box with a black outline, that is a baseline severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. If you are in a orange box with a red outline, that's 70-mile-per-hour winds. And if you are in the orange box with that pink outline, which is Kalamazoo and Calhoun County, that is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. They do not issue these rarely ever. If you are in Kalamazoo or Calhoun counties, you should be in a substantial structure right now, not something that is not anchored to the ground. You should be in a substantial structure. Again, this is destructive damage that could be ongoing. 79-mile-per-hour wind gust report at the airport in Kalamazoo at the top of the hour. So if you are out of time, you need to be ducking into the bathtub if you do not have an interior room. Otherwise, basement, storm shelter.
Joel, if you want to pull my screen, you can. It's a little tough to see, but this is the West Side Garden Center in Kalamazoo. You can see these little saplings in between the blur of the rain moving pretty substantially. It's a little harder to out there. I have a couple other cameras that I'm monitoring here, Joel. Most interested in the Portage camera. And I have the Calhoun County PTZ up and ready to roll as well.
All good. If you're hearing sirens, that is number one. Sirens are issued for more than just tornadoes. It can be issued for damaging wind as well, which is what they're likely doing right now in Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties. As a reminder, when the sirens turn off, that does not mean the threat is over. You have to actually look on your radar, which we are showing you here right now, to see if you are still in a designated box. If you're in any one of these orange boxes right now, that means you are still in a severe thunderstorm warning at the current time. So, sirens need some time to take a break and then run again. So if you hear the sirens go off, that does not mean you are out of the threat. That's why we always say sirens are the last way you should be getting notified. You should always be tuning in with a weather radio, here at MSC, apps on your phone. And again, a radar will always tell you whether or not you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. And here at MSC, we'll also tell you guys if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. So right now, anytime you see an orange box on the screen, or of course, even with the pink box, because that is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, you need to be taking shelter if you're in any one of those counties. Once again, that's Kent, Ottawa, Allegan, Barrie, Van Buren, Kalamazoo, Calhoun, northern Jackson, southern Eaton, southern Ingham. Down to the south, we have eastern Berrien, all of Cass, and all of St. Joseph County, as well as western Branch. It's really difficult to kind of figure out where exactly the main line of wind is at in here because it is just a mess of cells at the current time. The 80-mile-per-hour gusts came from actually a lead cell here, which is why they upgraded to a destructive fairly quickly. And again, we're also working with just one radar today. The radar down in northern Indiana is offline. That is offline through July 7th. So any storms tomorrow as well, on Sunday and on Monday, we will not be able to see them very well on radar for portions of southern Michigan. So right now we are just relying heavily on the Grand Rapids radar at the current time.
There's just a huge crack of lightning. I don't know how we didn't lose power. That was nuts. Ryan, I don't know if you're listening, but if you can go back and clip that from one of our HQ cams. 4:29 p.m.
Need to pick up a new storm motion on this. These winds are really tough to see on radar as it stands, but again, we're getting a lot of power outages in, especially in Kalamazoo County right now. Also, Allegan and southern Kent County getting a bunch of outages. Some of these outages are happening in the exact same location that got hit last night, so it's very tough to tell what is new and what is old. And in the Grand Rapids area, I'm looking at a couple of pixels here of still about 60 to 70 miles per hour heading through Cutlerville and Kentwood at the current time. It's very tough to see because it's actually kind of getting chopped up by some of the ground clutter. But there are a couple of blue pixels in there right now.
I do have the Cascade and Kentwood cameras up, Joel. If you want to pull the Kentwood one, we're seeing about 30 to 45 mile an hour winds on the Kentwood camera right now. As this does get closer to our HQ, per your request, we will take shelter. We're going to give it about 5 minutes or so. We are seeing significant rain at the moment.
Yeah, Kalamazoo's getting. I would go Kalamazoo cam, Surf Pro Kalamazoo cam.
I don't have it.
Oh, you might have to device add it then.
It's asking me for something that I don't know the answer to. I sent it in B chat, but there wasn't ever a resolution to my knowledge. So I apologize for that.
All right, I'll pull it in. Give me a sec. Because that's right where the power outage is starting to pop up.
I can throw radar up on my screen for a minute while you switch it if you want.
Good news is if you're on the west side of these storms, the severe thunderstorm warning is starting to expire. The I-196 corridor from Holland down to South Haven, down to St. Joseph. You can see that orange box is no longer there. So Berrien County is actually completely done. And western Allegan, western Van Buren, western Ottawa also done at the current time. Come on, Kalamazoo. There we go. I have it pulled up behind the scenes here.
It is starting to come down pretty significantly here at HQ as well. I do have one of those cameras up if you want to look at it whenever, but we don't have to.
People are saying power flashes in Three Rivers. Chandler, I'd be taking taking shelter. We just lost our Three Rivers cam. Three Rivers is down.
Take the office cameras. Joel, take me quickly.
Yeah, get down.
We're gonna go take shelter.
Yeah, that's some pretty intense winds there. At the office again, this is our Michigan Storm Chasers headquarters in Three Rivers right now. We lost our first cam, and I was like, okay, that's really close to where Chandler's at. Check out those winds; those are at least 70 miles per hour right now. Holy cow! Again, this is in St. Joseph County. This is the winds heading through St. Joseph County right now. All of St. Joseph County, 70 mile per hour winds. Yes, if you're in any one of these severe thunderstorm warnings, you should be taking shelter. Let me go back to the radar here. Again, Chandler's taking shelter at the current time. We have a multitude of cells across the state right now. So any one of these cells is producing downburst winds. So that's when the storm is actually collapsing down on itself and blowing out in all directions. This is why we can sometimes see the damage from trees blow down in the opposite direction from where the storm is heading. So again, downburst out in all directions. It depends on where it downbursts at. So keep that in mind. Any one of these cells could be producing 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. We also have this pocket of strong to severe winds right now in Three Rivers and Centerville and Constantine, kind of right next to where the office is at. And you can see the wind rolling through the office right now in the Three Rivers area. Here comes a new considerable
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Going back up to the north a little bit, these storms are now in Kalamazoo. The gustiest of the winds going through Kalamazoo downtown. Also, Battle Creek, you have a lead cell out in front. The gustiest of winds also stretches up to the north into Middleville, just outside of Hastings, entering into Caledonia, Kentwood, and Grand Rapids at the current time, although it looks like the northern half is starting to wind down just a hair. But again, for the current time, again, still treat this as if this is 70 mile per hour winds moving in to both Kent, very far eastern Allegan, and of now Berry County up there. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning in the pink box here. That's technically the orange or the pink outline. That's for 80 mile per hour winds. This is the only time you can get destructive severe thunderstorm warning is for 80 mile per hour winds and or baseball size hail. We're not seeing the hail. We are seeing the 80 mile per hour winds. That is the equivalent of a very strong EF0 to weak EF1 tornado spread across an entire area, moving through Kalamazoo and now entering Calhoun counties at the current time. If you are, again, in these areas, you should be taking shelter right now. I'm watching the wind come into Kalamazoo right now, and those trees are swaying pretty crazily. So again, that's kind of where the front is for this main line. But again, these destructive severe thunderstorm warning was actually for a lead cell that is now over in the Battle Creek and Marshall area. Reported a 79 mile per hour gust at the airport in Kalamazoo.
Hey, Joel, I am here behind the scenes. I will relay verbally to you as I get information. Right now, we have over 50,000 customers without power here in Michigan as of 4:36.
Yeah. We now have ambulances heading out in Kalamazoo right now, probably due to the storms that are moving through. And we did get a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We're going to go ahead and read this off here for Jackson. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County and south central Michigan until 6 p.m. At 4:34, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 13 miles south of Eaton Rapids to near Albion, moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. 70 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail are possible. And it's pretty much all of Jackson County, so that is Jackson, Brooklyn, Grass Lake, Vandercook Lake, Leoni, Spring Arbor, Napoleon, Sandstone, Norval, Pulaski, Concord, Horton, Parma, Hanover, Jackson County Airport, Oak Point, Pleasant Lake, Liberty, Vineyard Lake, and Clark Lake. As the text reads, these are potentially deadly storms. Seek shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure. Abandon vehicles in search of a more substantial permanent structure, and stay away from windows. Once again, it's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that just came in for Jackson County. 1-inch hail. The considerable tag is for the wind aspect of it, 70 miles per hour in nature here in southwest Michigan. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for another cell, northeastern Branch County and northwestern Hillsdale County in southeastern and southwestern Michigan until 5 p.m. At 4:36, severe thunderstorm was located near Coldwater, moving east at 30 miles per hour. This one is for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Radar indicated locations in this severe thunderstorm warning include Coldwater, Quincy, Union City, Litchfield, Long Lake, Girard, Allen, South Butler, Marble Lake, and Hodunk. This includes Interstate 69 in Michigan between mile markers 12 and 21. So if you're in any one of these severe thunderstorm warnings right now, you should be taking shelter. Zooming out the map, again, on days like today, this is why it is extremely important to memorize the county you live in and the counties that surround you, so that way you know how close these storms are to your vicinity. And especially on a weekend like this weekend, where it is, again, the 250th Independence Day. A lot of people out traveling, a lot of people also visiting from out of state. Memorizing where your county is at or what county you are traveling to is also very important, so that way you can know, hey, I'm in this county and I know these counties border this county to the one I'm traveling in. You should know right now what county you are in, and so that way you can take shelter right now if these storms are entering your vicinity or are in the vicinity of where you're at. So right now that is for Kent County, portions of eastern Ottawa, eastern Allegan, and eastern Van Buren, all of Barry County, all of Kalamazoo, all of Calhoun counties, southern Ingham, southern Eaton, all of Jackson, northern and western Branch, northwestern Hillsdale, all of St. Joseph County, and southern Cass County. All of those counties I just listed off are in some sort of severe thunderstorm warning, whether it's a level 1, level 2, or level 3. You should be taking shelter no matter what. We saw firsthand the wind on the camera at Three Rivers was likely up around 70 miles per hour, and they're just in a baseline severe thunderstorm warning at the current time. Go ahead, Ryan.
Joel, we have unsheltered here at the office, so the worst of it is through. We do have some tree damage on the road outside of our office. I do have that up on camera if you would like to highlight that. If not, totally fine. This limb right came in here. It's not normally there. So otherwise, no other damage here, and we didn't lose power. So for those watching the stream, curious where our ASL translation has gone. Dawn is okay. She is taking shelter right now from the storms as well. She does not have any power, but if she can, she will be back. Otherwise, we will work on potentially bringing in somebody else.
Latest update has 61,000 customers out of power, a 10,000 jump in the past 10 minutes.
Yeah, all of these downbursts today do have the potential for 70 mile per hour winds, which is why they are doing considerable on pretty much every single one that you see. Looks like another downburst just occurred on the north end of South Gull Lake, just north of Oak Park. You can see the reds and greens coming together there on the radar. And that downburst is heading up towards Lang Road right now and Manning Lake Road. Again, that's pretty much all of Barry County right now, heading into Hastings at the current time. Also up to the north, actually, yeah, check that out. All of these little white or bright yellow pixels up and down the line. You can see it closer to the radar site because, again, it shows closer to the ground. But there's all these individual downbursts that are all up and down the line. So Elto's getting hit right now. Freeport's getting hit. This is heading over towards Clarksville, eventually over towards Lake Odessa and Woodland. Entering Hastings right now, these pixels all showing up around the line here is 65 to 70. And as you get further away from the radar, it's actually overshooting these downbursts on radar. So even though you can't see the yellow pixels south of Hastings on radar, they are likely still ongoing. Again, we saw it firsthand with the Three Rivers. I mean, Chandler, you could probably agree with me there. Some of those wind out there at the office are probably close to 70 miles per hour. And again, it didn't look as impressive on the radar from Grand Rapids, which obviously is because the Indiana radar's down.
No, I would agree with that completely. We also did lose our Centerville camera. Compliments of Miracle's Landscape Supply there in Centerville. So I had it up. I was watching it, but it definitely took that one out as well.
West Leroy cam is probably going to have that view as well. Yeah.
I'll pull it up here. I have the I have the PTZ rolling, the other one as well, for Albion.
Yeah, and that West Leroy cam is going to probably have a good view of probably some power flashes on the bottom of the screen as that line rolls through. A new considerable
severe
severe
thunderstorm warning
County.
has been issued.
Look at the details in just a second. A lot of new warnings still popping in. Also, warnings starting to expire. We have a lot of damage coming in from Berrien County. Let's see. There is Waterville. Several photos on Facebook showing trees down in Waterville. Time estimated via radar. A very large tree snapped in Brainbridge Township south of Waterville. 55 was confirmed, of course, in Benton Harbor. Several trees down in Sodus, Michigan. Large tree down and powers out in Eau Claire. 60-mile-per-hour gusts confirmed in between Covert and South Haven. 45 and 41 in between Saugatuck and Holland. Damage report of trees and large branches down on roads in Plainwell. Kalamazoo now also reports of trees down in Portage. That was as of actually a while ago. That was again that lead cell. That was about 50 minutes ago. So here comes that new severe thunderstorm warning on the northern half here. You can see all of these little individual yellow pixels that are inside of this patch of red here. Those are all your damaging winds up and down this line. So they don't look that impressive on the velocity radar, but they are occurring right now. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Ionia County until 6:15 p.m. At 4:44, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from Grand Rapids Gerald R. Ford International Airport to near Freeport to Hastings, movement off to the east at 45 miles per hour. 70-mile-per-hour gusts are the main hazard. Radar indicated impact. Expect considerable tree damage. Also, damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. In that new severe thunderstorm warning, we have Ionia, Portland, Lake Odessa, Saranac, Ciboa, Lyons, Muir, Mulliken, Powamo, and Clarksville. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. Again, the text still reads from the National Weather Service that these are potentially deadly storms if you're not taking a shelter in a substantial structure, something that is sturdy, something that is not, or something that is anchored to the ground. Something that is not anchored to the ground, you should try and find substantial shelter while you still can. If not, jump into a bathtub or an interior room on the lowest floor of your building. Shelter yourself, protect your head at all costs when it comes to these severe thunderstorms. Again, we are using a little bit of heightened wording today just because these are level 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. And right now, of course, in Kalamazoo, in Calhoun County, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We do not get these often here in the state of Michigan, but that is for potentially 80-mile-per-hour winds billowing on in through Calhoun and Kalamazoo County right now. That line is very quickly approaching our West Leroy cam.
Yes. Ah, you have it, not me.
Yeah, I was just turning it a little bit because it shows a little bit more of the nearby trees.
I do have it up on the other one as well. Just let me know when and if you want to take it.
Yep. Actually, I'm not sharing my screen right now, but I can.
You don't have, yeah, you don't need to.
So here's the West Leroy cam. This is just south of Battle Creek, looking off to the southwest at this line of destructive winds moving in. Again, south of Battle Creek, moving in right now. Plenty of power outages coming in at the current time. And these winds are going to billow into the camera here within the next probably 2 to 3 minutes. I'm going to go back to
We
radar.
do have our. Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
No, I was just saying I'm going back to radar. Go ahead, Chandler.
I was going to say, I do have our other Battle Creek camera, Battle Buddy Mobility Transport LLC camera up. I think I'm actually just going to keep this one up right now to monitor it. It's starting to get pretty dark on the camera. Winds are definitely picking up ahead of it.
Again, right now, no matter what, no matter the hazard, again, whether it's 60, 70, or 80 mile per hour wind, you should be taking shelter at the current time. Right now, there are no tornado warnings in effect, but again, these considerable and destructive severe thunderstorm warnings are for 70 and 80 mile per hour winds. That's along an entire stretch of this line. So that's why, again, you have entire counties that are in these severe thunderstorm warnings right now.
Joel, it is starting to pick up on the West Leroy camera. I do have it pulled up here. Get the mouse out of the way.
Yep. That's courtesy of Calhoun County 911.
Sure, we'll continue to see these winds pick up over the next few minutes or so.
Going from north to south. So right now,
A new
okay,
considerable severe
warning coming in. It's gonna be
thunderstorm
for
warning
Ian.
has been issued.
North to south, the alpha boundary right now in Lowell, that's about the northern extent, Forest Hills to Lowell, down to Clarksville, about 2 minutes outside of Lake Odessa and Woodland, stretching down into the Nashville and Vermontville areas, all the way down to about 4 minutes outside of Belleville, into Battle Creek, down into the Climax area, down to Athens, and down into Sherwood at the current time. There's also, as mentioned, a lot of lead cells out here, including the one in Coldwater, down south into the south side of Coldwater, so just rural Branch County out there in Fillmore. To the east, we also have 2 lead cells in Jackson County at the current time. So again, this is Parma and Rives Junction, heading over towards Stockbridge and Leslie. Also, you have gusty winds in Bellevue and Olivet at the current time. And the West Leroy cam continues to show off those winds. Chandler, do you have it?
Yep. It do be blowing, as they say. A pretty significant wind event ongoing across southwest Lower Michigan. Joel, I'm going to mute here for just a second to address something outside of stream.
Yep, go for it.
I do have my Battle Buddy, or the Battle Buddy Mobility Transfer LLC camera pulled up on this end. You are clear to take it whenever you would like. So,
Okay.
if things start going.
Yep. Again, if you're just tuning in, new severe thunderstorm warning actually just popped in for Eaton County here. We'll go ahead and report on this new warning. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids issued a severe thunderstorm warning for all of Eaton County until 6:15 p.m. At 4:49, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from Freeport down to Nashville, down to Bellevue, moving east at 45 miles per hour. That is 70-mile-per-hour gusts and penny-sized hail possible. It is radar indicated. Considerable tree damage is expected. Also, damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. This is all of Eaton County. So no matter what, if you know you live in Eaton County, you are in this new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Once again, the considerable tag is for the wind, not for anything else. So 70 miles per hour is the threshold for a considerable warning. If it's anything lower than that, then you just get your basic severe thunderstorm warning, which is a baseline for 60. We also do still have that pink box for Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties at the current time. This is for 80-mile-per-hour winds possible. As a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, that's the highest you can get. And we do still have widespread power outages moving in. These are now, the front edge of it is heading into Battle Creek as it stands.
All right, Joel, I have returned. Starting to get a little precipitatious on the Battle Buddy Mobility Transport LLC camera in Battle Creek. I do see you have it pulled up. Again, for those asking about Dawn, Dawn unfortunately lost power. She is safe. Her and her family are safe in their location. She just does not have any power at this time.
Going from north to south, once again, if you're just tuning in, the edge of these gusty winds are in Saranac down to Lake Odessa, into the Woodbury and Woodland area, entering Nashville and Vermontville at the current time on the edge of Berry and Eaton counties. If you're in Eaton County, you should be preparing shortly now for these 70-mile-per-hour winds that are just about to cross the county line. You may likely be hearing outdoor warning sirens going off. As a reminder, outdoor warning sirens are not specific for tornadoes. They can be issued for severe thunderstorm warnings as well. It depends on the jurisdiction in your county, which is why it's very confusing for sirens. Additionally, if you are new here for the first time today, we always say sirens are only meant for outdoor use only. If you are ever, relying on them inside, guess what? You're not supposed to. They're supposed to be only heard if you're outside. If you can hear them while you're inside, that's great. That's an extra source of like a fail-safe if you do get a warning. But you should have other ways to receive warning, like a weather radio, notifications from us here at MSC, apps on your phone, text alert systems, call alert systems, you name it. Anything besides a siren. Sirens are still there as a fail-safe option in case you guys do not have any of those other options. At the current time, the destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been downgraded, so it's back down to a level 2. That's good. We're kind of getting somewhere we're now. So we're starting to kind of ease out of those 80-mile-per-hour gusts back down to 70 widespread. Still, again, these are going to bring down widespread tree damage and power lines. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect till 5:30 p.m. for Calhoun and eastern Kalamazoo counties. Western Kalamazoo, you are in the clear. At 4:54, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 6 miles west of Bellevue to near Brownlee Park to 9 miles north of Colon, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard here, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Albion, Marshall, Battle Creek, Vicksburg, Galesburg, Homer, Union City, Climax, Burlington, Brownlee Park, Fulton, Marengo, Athens, Augusta, Teconcha, Duck Lake, Pine Creek, Bedford, Ceresco, and Scotts are all on this severe thunderstorm warning. Calhoun and Kalamazoo. They have also added tornado possible to this severe thunderstorm warning. Does not mean it's ongoing, but they are denoting that there is some rotation somewhere in this line of storms. I'm going to go ahead and look behind the scenes and see if what they're
Hey,
discussing
Chandler,
here.
if you want to pull up the Dennings auto glass camera in Coldwater, that's one of our newest cameras we haven't announced yet, but they had a pretty good view here as that storm rolled through, and right now it's quite windy in nature.
Yeah, is that a...
Facing west.
Yeah. Emergency vehicles on the camera.
You take it.
We'll also We also have a Hillsdale camera up next on the Axis
Right.
platform.
Yes.
Can't take your camera, Chandler.
No.
Okay. Looking actually right now, that pocket of wind is still very much there in between Battle Creek and Marshall. That's just in the north of Burlington at the current time, and at Teconcha. That is rolling very quickly into the I-69 corridor here, just south of Marshall. And really, it's just this entire line that's going to be producing winds, but the heaviest of the pocket is right now southwest of Marshall in Calhoun County. Also, we have back-to-back pockets of wind right now in the Coldwater area, as mentioned, in the Quincy area as well. Again, passing through Sherwood at the current time. Up to the north, we do have those lead cells that are also perhaps producing 70-mile-per-hour winds in the Jackson and Rives Junction area up towards Stockbridge. But again, the main concern is this lead line I've been watching come on shore from Lake Michigan. It extends all the way to the north from Saranac down to Lake Odessa into the Woodbury area. It is now into Vermontville at the current time at our Vermontville camera. Oh no, my camera software is... There we go.
Guys, I'm back on if you want to pull me in.
Dawn has returned. Welcome back, Dawn. Like and subscribe for Dawn.
Hey Joel, if you haven't checked out the outage map from consumers, check it out. It is lit up like a Christmas tree right now.
That's what
I
I said
haven't
earlier.
checked it. I just checked it. And I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, some of those outages
crazy.
obviously are still from last night in Berry County especially, but Kalamazoo, Calhoun, Van Buren and Kalamazoo got hit very, very hard. Also, I mean, I can't see Michiana Power, but we also have a lot of outages in St. Joseph and now in Coldwater. A couple outages actually rolling in Jackson County with those lead cells out in front of the main line. So again, do not discredit these lead cells. These cells are also producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds in the Jackson vicinity right now up towards Rives Junction. Again, if you know where you're at on this county-based map, you're doing yourself a great service in knowing where you're at if whether or not you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. These orange boxes determine whether or not you are in a warning, and sometimes they're for partial counties. So right now, for example, if you're in Lansing, technically you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning, but if you're to the south, Mason down to Leslie and Stockbridge, you can see that orange box does include you guys. So southern Ingham County is in that warning. Northern Ingham is not at least yet, because again, you can still see these winds are heading your way. Again, if you're in southeast Michigan, these winds are not expected to fall apart anytime soon. We've already seen widespread damage, widespread power outages coming in from southwest Michigan. If you're in eastern Michigan, we've been telling you since the start of the stream, which has been an hour and 45 minutes now, make your severe weather ready plan now, stock your shelter, and make sure you know where to go when these warnings are issued, especially if you can find a basement, a storm shelter, or lowest interior room in your building. And again, if you don't have any of those options, again, relocating to someone else's shelter is preferred since you still have time to do that now. Take that time now to take shelter if you're over in southeast Michigan, or get ready to go. And again, it's better to be safe than sorry. You don't want to be trying to drive out in these storms when they're happening. So again, take your necessary precautions now if you're in southeast Michigan, because these winds of 70 miles per hour are heading your way. And they can count Calhoun County, this pocket right here, especially near Marshall, is very impressive on radar at B Drive South and I-69, also 15.5 mile road. To the north, multiple pockets of gusty wind in here at the current time. I believe Vermontville just lost power. Vermontville is frozen, so that means those are confirmed. Power outages coming in at Vermontville right now. Belleville up to, yep, it's down. Bellevue up to Vermontville, up to Sunfield, up to Saranac, and entering Ionia soon. Again, you can see these winds. Anywhere where you see these reds change over to these brighter oranges and yellows, that is your gust of about 60 to 70 miles per hour. And those are going to be heading in towards a couple of our Charlotte cams here very shortly. Current time right now, bottom of the screen, 5:02 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzman here alongside Chandler, Vice President of Operations below me. And below him is Dawn, our ASL interpreter on the stream today. And we've been live now for hour and 47 minutes now as these storms have crossed southwest Michigan. They are now in south central Michigan, and they're heading over towards southeast Michigan with time. So right now, if you know anyone in southeast Michigan about to head out for their holiday plans, it is now 5:03. You should be telling them to be ready to cancel or postpone as these storms head your way. Most of this rain and storm should be out of the state by around 9 to 10 o'clock tonight. So if we get past the 9 to 10 o'clock hour, we should be okay. There's a little bit of stratiform rain in tow. That could make it a little bit sour for plans after this main line goes through. But again, if we can get to about that 10 o'clock hour tonight, we should be a-okay. We just have to get there first.
Joel, I do have the Hillsdale camera up next. We can see the shelf cloud rolling into there. Quite a few trees on this camera here. So when the winds hit, we should get a good idea of what this continues to do as we go across the state. Of course, this camera sponsored by the Hillsdale County Medical Care Facility.
Yeah, they are in a rapid scan mode right now. As a reminder, there are a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. Allegan is in the clear, Van Buren, Ottawa, and pretty much all of Kent County is now in the clear. Cass, Berrien, and pretty much all of St. Joseph County also in the clear at the current time. The wind threat right now is this line that you can see that stretches from Ionia down through Lake Odessa into Vermontville, into Olivet, into Marshall, and down into the DeConcha area, meeting up with this big old blob that's in Coldwater over to Quincy and Allen, and extends up to Litchfield and Jonesville within the next couple of minutes. Also, Jackson, you have thunderstorms rolling in right now that are separate, that are also producing perhaps 70-mile-per-hour winds at the current time, and we do have a couple power outages rolling in Jackson County right now with these lead thunderstorms. I'm checking to see if any of these have updated text on them. I'm not seeing them at the current time. The only warning that has different text other than 70-mile-per-hour winds is the Calhoun County severe thunderstorm warning. That has a tornado possible tag on it as well. Does not mean it's happening at the current time, but they are monitoring for some rotation within the line. There's also convergence. There's a lot of cells getting ingested into this line, and sometimes when those wind fields couple together like that, they can quickly spin up a brief tornado. So whether or not it is spinny wind or straight line wind, you should still be taking shelter because it is across the entire county right now in central Calhoun, primarily along that I-69 corridor as it rolls off to the east. Speeds right now at about 25 to 30 miles per hour, at least in the lead cells. The main line is going closer to 40 to 50 miles per hour.
The UP getting in on the action.
I know. I saw a special weather statement came in for Schoolcraft County, I believe. So if you're watching from the Upper Peninsula right now, wondering what's going on up there, there's a special weather statement in effect. I don't have the details on that. Chandler, you would have to relay those to me on that up there.
I got you.
Joel, I have you as well.
Go ahead, Ryan.
It's going to be for penny-sized hail and 50-mile-per-hour winds, so we're close to severe criteria. It's going to be sitting just north of Hiawatha.
Chandler, take your Charlotte cam.
I have the Hillsdale camera up right now. Wind's picking up there. Let me get that one back to where I had it. And then I will take the Charlotte cam. I'm assuming you meant the fire department cam.
Yes. Yep. That's what I have up.
Yeah, you're good. Because we do have a second Charlotte camera now.
Yes. Winds have not yet arrived in Charlotte, but they will be shortly. There's some good turbulence on there. Yeah.
I'm gonna switch over. Oh wow. Hey Joel, take my camera. Take my screen. I would say it's probably there in Hillsdale. If I had to guess, just looking at the live view there.
Mm-hmm. You can, if you need to turn the camera, go for it. That's a PTZ as well.
It is, yeah. I figured this would be the best look at it with all the trees here.
Yeah. Some leaves flying as well. Oh, wow.
That is some significant winds. Just a tiny bit more. Yeah, there we go.
Not fun to be out there driving underneath, especially if there's trees that could be falling on the roadways. Again, if you're on the roadways in these severe thunderstorm warnings, best idea is to be taking shelter right now in a substantial structure. You do not want to be driving underneath these severe thunderstorms right now at all. So if you're listening in your vehicle and you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, you should be finding substantial shelter right now, especially if you're driving in an area with a lot of trees. Again, you do not want to become a statistic today. Again, in fact, there's someone that just pulled off right there in that parking lot down there. So very smart to do that. But if we go back to the radar, you can check it out. That is this lead cell. There's this big old blob here that has two different distinct areas of gusty winds. Right now it's Coldwater and Quincy. And then the Hillsdale area, also in Jonesville and Allen at the current time. We also have the Allen camera, but I think your Hillsdale camera is a better view because it does have those trees there. And again, you can see all up and down this line right now, all of this red changing to the oranges and yellows that you see on velocity radar. Those are very heavy wind gusts at the current time.
Our Allen camera is down, Joel. We do not have that camera at this time.
That makes sense. Our Vermontville cam came back up. It's just raining there now. Also, if you take a look over here, again, these two main cells in the Jackson, Stockbridge, Grass Lake area have also been responsible for sporadic power outages. Right now, if we take a look at velocity radar, you can see on the front edge out there on
Joel,
Wright
pull us
Miller.
in. Pull us in.
Yeah, on Wright Miller Road in Jackson County, you guys also do have those gusty winds, and that's also near Har Road at Waterloo Munith Road, and that's in the Stockbridge area.
Very significant winds continue in the Hillsdale area. Blinding visibility, something we haven't really talked about too much on stream here today, but with the wind pushing the rain at 50 to 60, even 70 miles per hour, it's going to be very hard to see any distance in front of you. So be safe if you have to be out in this, but obviously we do not want you to.
Yeah.
It is about to turn on here in Charlotte. Flagpole's bouncing.
So yeah, I see you can start to see some of the gusts there. Here comes a new considerable
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Rest of the Grand Rapids County warning area into the Lansing region. So there's your new orange box. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Ingham County and Clinton County in south central Michigan until 6:45 p.m. At 5:11, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from Saranac to Portland to 8 miles north of Albion, moving east at 45 miles per hour. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning due to the fact that this is 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with this storm. Radar indicated. Impacts expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Again, this is pretty much all of Clinton and all of Ingham County. Some cities in this new severe thunderstorm warning include Lansing, Mason, St. John's, East Lansing, Grand Ledge, Williamston, Elsie, Edgemont Park, DeWitt, the airport at Lansing, Ovid, Weberville, Fowler, Westphalia, Eagle, Wacusta, Okemos, Bell Oak, Bath, and Holt. Once again, the special text directly from the National Weather Service does read, these are potentially deadly storms. Please seek shelter in an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built structure. Abandon vehicles in search of more substantial permanent structure and stay away from windows. As a reminder, if you are out driving in these severe thunderstorm warnings right now, again, this is bringing down a lot of trees. You do not want to be driving underneath a tree when these winds do come crashing through. So if you're listening to us in your car right now, and you are in a severe thunderstorm warning, please be taking shelter in the nearest substantial shelter, whether that's a gas station, restaurant, any sort of building out there right now. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds are rolling through at the current time. There's also a lot of funkiness happening up and down this line too right now in terms of a lot of reds and greens now. Now, again, tornado threat is very, very low, if nothing at all, out there right now. But again, wind is wind, whether it is straight lined or spinning in nature. These winds could be around 70 or 75 miles per hour at the current time, all up and down this line, stretching from Portland down to Charlotte, into the Springport, Albion, Concord areas, also impacting Jonesville and Hillsdale as mentioned right now. Here comes the wind into Charlotte at the current time.
Not as significant on the FD camera. Still gusty, still rainy.
North side of town's a little bit heavier there at the Surf Pro Cam in Charlotte. Kalamazoo County, you guys are in the clear. Your severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. Also, MPing report of 1-inch hail just came in from the Galesburg area. So we did get a little bit of 1-inch hail with these storms.
Wanted to bring in the
test 1 2. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
good, Ryan.
We have just crossed 6-figure outages in Michigan. We're over 100,000. Just crossed the mark.
Wow.
Joel, I do have the Calhoun County PTZ pulled up in Albion. Tough to see some stronger winds from this height, but you can see the rain bands moving across the screen pretty well as this continues to move across.
Which direction is this facing?
I believe this is west. I had Ryan set me up so this was west-ish.
Okay. Looks like the heaviest pockets are maybe just north of town. Yeah, it's north right there. Kind of mesmerizing watching those rain curtains blow across the screen like that.
I know. You can see the trees at the bottom moving pretty substantially, so there's some gustier winds out there with this still, as expected.
And the main threat right now is these 70-mile-per-hour winds. And you guys may be thinking to yourself, oh, it's only 70-mile-per-hour winds. Again, this is across a wide area. That's going to bring down just as many trees as a tornado, especially a weak EF0. So please be taking these warnings seriously. These aren't your average severe thunderstorm warnings. These are for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Your average severe thunderstorm warning is 60-mile-per-hour winds, which is still pretty decent. But 70-mile-per-hour winds, that takes it up a notch. It takes it up to where you start to see some of these larger trees come down. We've seen these old 200-year-old trees come down in Kalamazoo from these storms that were destructively warned up to 80 mile per hour earlier. That same pocket of wind right now is rolling through Albion, Homer, and Springport on the edge of Jackson and Calhoun counties. To the north, these gusts are entering Eaton Rapids, Potterville, Grand Ledge. If you're in any one of those counties, you should be, or any one of those cities, you should be taking shelter now. Portland, the wind is up your way. The precipitation not as much, but again, that is for you right now, a severe thunderstorm warning, the northern edge all the way up into Ionia at the current time. I don't know who that is on the radio. I don't have their name in.
Sounds like Mike.
Yep. I was correct. We do have him up there now.
It's a nice shot that Mike has there.
Go ahead and go back to radar. We'll keep Mike up there in the top of the screen. We still also have Ben in there. Ben's been in the same spot for a while. Is he? His stream is frozen. Huh. Alrighty. Going back to the radar. Gust right now again. It's hard to do roads on a day like today. If you guys are if you're usual viewers here at MSC, you usually know that we're able to do road by road because this is just such a huge line. We kind of just name cities that are being impacted right now. So that would be again Eagle to Grand Ledge, down to Potterville and Diamonddale, into Eaton Rapids right now, into Springport already, Albion, Concord, Parma, Hanover, and then we have North Adams and Osseo. Ryan will correct me if I'm wrong there. This is going to be entering Eastern, or it's already in Eastern Hillsdale County. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect till 6:30 p.m. for Hillsdale down here, as well as portions of Ranch counties.
Osseo is correct.
Osseo, okay. 10 minutes left on Calhoun County severe thunderstorm warning. 40 minutes left on Southern Jackson. This tiny little sliver of Northern Jackson, Southern Ingham has 24 minutes. Eaton County has an hour, 54 minutes left. Ionia County also has an hour. Ingham County, Clinton County has an hour 24. And again, they will cancel some of these early sometimes, but at the current time, they are still in effect. Also, there's still a tiny little sliver of Kent County that includes Elto and Lowell in a 60 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning, even though there's not a whole lot going on back there at the current time. Unless there's some sort of wake low action ongoing.
Joel, just an FYI.
I do, Joel. Sorry, Ryan.
The Hiawatha cell continues to gain strength up there on the UP.
Okay.
I do have a view, Joel, from the Williamston Roadhouse camera. Looking at the storm from a little bit further away, we are seeing some modest clouds there. Out a little bit further away from it. Can't tell if this is more of a base down here or if this is just something out in front of it. But a good view looking back towards the action from the Williamston Roadhouse camera.
Also, go ahead and take my screen back. I also have the Chelsea cam in for that lead cell right now. It's looking pretty turbulent out there. This is courtesy of Mirestone Ranch in Chelsea, Michigan. I believe the owner is outside right now on the camera, running to get something down there. I'm not sure what, but you can see him at the bottom of the screen running around. Again, that storm is rolling into Chelsea right now as we speak, and those clouds are moving fairly quickly at the current time. And again, this is that lead cell that is now entering Washtenaw County in southeast Michigan. We'll go ahead and switch back to radar. There's the cell right here. It's got the signature on the front of it as well. But at the current time, all is calm in Chelsea. That may switch here in just a little bit. Still up to the north. If you know anybody in Lansing, now's that time to let them know. These 70 mile per hour winds are entering downtown Lansing within the next 10 minutes. Also already in Eagle and Grand Ledge, heading into Waverly within the next 5. In Diamonddale now or within the next 2 minutes. Holt, you've got about 3. Mason, you've got probably about 5 or so minutes at the very latest. Leslie, Dansville, Rives Junction, and Stockbridge have already been impacted by round 1. We still have the main line right behind it, round 2. And Chelsea is rocking and rolling. I just like that. We went from calm to
Hey,
wind out of the blue really quickly. Go ahead.
Chandler, if you want to get Raptor 3K pulled up next.
Gotcha. I wasn't sure if what screen Joel had up, if it was mine or his. We both are looking at the same thing, so I'll pull up the Hudson ones.
Yeah, I'm on mine right now.
Winds are really picking up there, Joel. Wouldn't surprise me if we lose it.
That particular camera runs off Starlink, so when big storms go over, it's typical to lose it temporarily. So keep that in mind as well. It may briefly dip out. Just like that.
It's still going on my end.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I got it too.
On my end, it's frozen.
Let's get Blame Ryan trending in chat.
It's interesting because Washtenaw does not have a warning yet.
Yeah, neither
Just
does
kidding.
Lenawee.
There it is. I just kidding, everybody.
Well.
Called it.
Joel, I do have the Hudson camera pulled up. If you want to take a quick look at it.
Yep.
Real stormy summer sky out there. Blue sky with some baby cumulus and a windstorm coming in on the other side of the screen. Pure Michigan. Summertime in Michigan. We are thankful for the rain and hopeful for minimal loss of trees and property today. Joel, we appear to have some blowing dust or something on this camera.
Which one?
Just take me. Yeah. It kind of
yeah.
just came out of nowhere. It came right around the corner of the screen.
Get those little micro,
Winds are really picking up here.
vortices.
Train spotter reports 60-mile-per-hour winds in northern Hillsdale County.
I'll go ahead and read off that new severe thunderstorm warning. The National Weather Service in Detroit Pontiac has issued this severe thunderstorm warning for all of Lenawee and Washtenaw counties in southeastern Michigan until 6:45 p.m. At 5:22, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Eaton Rapids to 8 miles east of Albion to 6 miles southeast of Reading, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazards 60-mile-per-hour wind and quarter-size hail. Timing, they do have timing in here for this one. Hudson, Addison, and Cement City as early as 5:40. Onstead and Clayton around 5:50. Morenci, 5:55. We do have Adrian, Chelsea, Manchester around 6 o'clock, although some of these, that lead cell is already in Chelsea right now. Clinton Township, 6:05. Tecumseh, Dexter around 6:10. Blissfield, 6:15. Ann Arbor, Saline, Britton, and Whitmore Lake around 6:20. Once again, it's all of Lenawee and all of Washtenaw counties in effect until 6:45 p.m. this evening. Taking a look back at radar. From the Detroit radar, you can actually kind of see the wind a little bit better. Lansing, well, that is quite the signature for Lansing from the Detroit radar. Oh yeah, we've got plenty of outages actually rolling in right now, heading into Holt, heading right down Holt Highway. Potterville, Kingsland, Petριeville, and Eaton Rapids getting a bunch of outages right now. Also southwest side of Lansing into Waverly. Kind of, you guys know where 69 and 96 come in on the southwest side of town. My bad. Out there also where 69, 96, and 496 meet. That is where some power outages are starting to be reported. Also, a couple sporadic power outages up into the Grand Ledge area, just inching into southern Clinton County, where there is that considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Kent County, you guys are now in the clear. and all of Ione County except for Portland, Michigan is in the clear as well. You can see the blues are not what you want to see on velocity radar. That's going to be your winds up around 60 miles per hour. This is from the Detroit radar. And so looking at the Potterville area, this is about 4,500 feet off the ground. Looking down to the south, Eaton Rapids, it is over you guys right now. A couple blue pixels also inching closer to Leslie, Springport, and Rives Junction, already in the Parma area with that big old blob there. As Brian mentioned, 60-mile-per-hour gust in Moscow, Michigan, in Hillsdale County, entering Vandercook Lake, and Addison, which is now inching into Lenawee County. Storms are continuing off to the east, entering the Detroit area. Average speed on these is about 40 miles per hour.
Turbulent view in Hudson. Joel, if you want to take it, you don't have to.
Yep.
Turbulent looking view. Winds are still increasing. I've been seeing more. I can't tell if it's precipitation or if it is dust. Compliments of Raptor Industries here in Hudson as the storms continue to move over from west to east.
Calhoun County is no longer in considerable. Hillsdale, you are not in considerable either. That's for 60-mile-per-hour wind. It's a bookmark-shaped severe thunderstorm warning. There's also a new severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of the state line in Angola. That could be inching up towards the Camden area and Waldron. That is not; those two places are not in a severe thunderstorm warning, but this line could still be gusty down your way. So keep that in mind. It is tough to determine whether or not those winds are gusting to the ground because, as a reminder, the National Weather Service in northern Indiana's radar is down through at least July 6th or July 7th. So storms today, tomorrow, Sunday, we're going to have to look at them from radars that are far away, such as Grand Rapids, Detroit, or Chicago, or even down to the south, Indianapolis's radar sites. So again, if you're in southern Michigan today, some pretty poor radar coverage down there. But we do have Grand Rapids' radar that is able to kind of reach down into this Jackson area.
Joel, we have, as of right now, the last update here, 115,000 customers without power across Southwest Michigan currently. 16,000, almost 500 in Van Buren County, which is almost 41% of customers there experiencing power loss. 20,000 in Kalamazoo, which is about 15%, and 25% of Berrien County, approaching 21,000 without power there.
Yeah, if you guys have damage reports to send in, put them in the comments here on the live stream. We're not going to be able to see them, so make sure to send those in to our messenger or to our Discord channel, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. Again, please keep our inbox clear right now. If you have questions, do not put those in our inbox. Reserve our inbox for damage reports only when you are reporting your damage. Again, we can't read mines. What's up?
Pull my camera.
Okay.
There's just half of this branch here just came off and went into the road. That car just drove around it as soon as I pulled it up. This is here in Hudson. Compliments again of Raptor Industries. That's wild. You actually see the tree branch laying in the road.
Mason, you need to take shelter now. Take shelter, Mason. I mean, if you guys have anyone in Mason right now, you should be taking shelter. That I saw that on the Detroit radar. I'm like, yeah. It's weird because like, oh yeah, it's right there. Whether that's straight line wind or perhaps something trying to spin up. There's a pixel of 111 miles per hour in West Columbia Road, 2 miles west of Mason. If you're in Mason, take shelter now. Obviously, you should be taking shelter because your entire county is in a severe thunderstorm warning, but that is something that could be rotating up at the current time. And you can see it from the or from the Detroit radar a little bit better there. There was yeah, there you go. Reds and greens close together like that, right over in the Mason area. Again, if you know anyone traveling south on US 127 out of Holt, again, that's some strong rotation there heading straight from Mason at the current time. Again, also north of Leslie. So again, if you're on 127 heading north from Leslie or going south from Holt, wait. Just wait. Again, you shouldn't be driving out anywhere along this line right now because this is 70-mile-per-hour winds. But again, if you are in Mason, that is some strong rotation that doesn't appear to be down at the current time, but still, this is 70-mile-per-hour winds in your area right now. Also entering Lansing and East Lansing at the current time, Michigan State University. You guys can see that with your own eyes here with myself pointing it out. Those blues and greens close together. Usually it'd be reds and greens. If I switch it over to storm relative velocity, that's what shows a little bit better. But those reds and greens, they're hooking together like people holding hands. And there you go. Tornado warning
A new
has
tornado
been issued.
warning has been
So again,
issued.
call that out about 3 minutes prior. There you go, Mason. Tornado warning now in effect for your area.
Let's see if we still have anything from the Williamston camera, because I would be looking down in that direction.
Yep.
Man,
We have
it's tough to see.
Yeah, Williamston was our first, or Weberville, Williamston was our first camera in Ingham County. We do have a Stockbridge camera, I believe, coming soon as well, but we do not have that yet. Otherwise, again, we have no weather cameras in Ingham County besides Williamston Roadhouse at the current time, and that tornado warning is heading that way. So again, tornado warning is now in effect. It's going to be for Mason. You can see it pretty well from the Detroit radar at the current time. There's the red box. I was waiting for it to pop up there. Go ahead and read the details off. So if you're in downtown Mason or Holt, you should be underground, lowest floor of the building. Basement is preferred. Storm shelter is preferred. If you do not have an interior room on the lowest floor of a building, find a bathtub, jump into it, cover yourself with as much protection as possible, whether that's a helmet, pillows, mattresses, anything that's soft, anything that you can do to protect yourself, jump into that bathtub. Do that now if you are in downtown Mason. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a tornado warning for central Ingham County and south central Michigan until 6:15 p.m. At 5:34 p.m., severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage were located near Mason, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Entry damage is likely. Williamston,
New
your
information.
arrival time
This
there
severe
is
thunderstorm
5:40
warning
p.m.
has been
Weberville probably
upgraded.
closer to 5:45. Precautionary preparedness actions. Take cover now, move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, and avoid your windows at all costs. If you're outdoors in a mobile home or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. If you're on I-96 right now, in between Fowlerville and Holt, you need to be getting off the highway. Do not stress this enough. Do not take shelter underneath an overpass. That is the wrong thing to do. If you are doing that right now, you are putting yourself in more of a harm's way than you are by just staying in your vehicle. So take shelter, get off the highway at the nearest exit, get to sturdy, substantial shelter immediately. Again, do that now if you are driving anywhere out in this area. Again, substantial shelters where you want to be if you're driving in this area. We have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning coming in, or an upgrade?
Lenawee,
upgrade.
Monroe upgraded to considerable.
Lenawee, Washtenaw.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
You're
you.
good.
Lenawee, Washtenaw, that is correct. Monroe has no warning, but likely we'll get one here soon.
Joel, I do have the Williamston camera pulled up.
Take it.
Tough to see anything in there right now. I was looking at this general area in here, but I can't make anything out of it for certain. I'm trying to see if I can come up with another camera.
The Williamston Roadhouse, by the way, is in between Williamston and Weberville. They are in that tornado warning, and that couplet would be heading directly for the camera. And
What I
so,
figured.
yeah, it would be right in that area over those kind of in between those two trees that you're showing right now. So,
Yeah, a couple minutes ago there was definitely a little bit more interesting in there.
yeah, definitely keep an eye on that. Yeah, so just kind of a recap, zooming out here real quickly for those who are watching right now. Again, current time 5:39 at the bottom of the screen. If you know anybody out ahead of this line of storms, please share this information with them as soon as possible. 70-mile-per-hour winds is occurring up and down this entire line right now. Clinton County down to Ingham, down to Jackson, entering Washtenaw and Lenawee counties. Those are the main counties being impacted right now. They're kind of through Ionia, kind of already through Eaton, and already through Calhoun and Branch counties. Hillsdale, you're about to finish up soon. So right now, the only counties that are being impacted are Clinton, Ingham, Jackson, Washtenaw, and Lenawee. Livingston County, you need to be on alert very, very soon. You have severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning knocking on your doorstep. Fowlerville, you have no warnings at all for you guys right now, but there's a tornado warning about 15 miles to your west. So again, if you know anybody in Fowlerville, Howell, Chahocta, anywhere in Livingston County at all, there are no warnings in effect for Livingston County right now. We are giving you guys this advanced warning right now of 70-mile-per-hour winds and or a tornado possible, which right now the rotation, as you can see, the reds and greens on radar are directly over Mason at the current time. And Detroit is not in rapid scan mode. That is infuriating as well. So we're getting 4-minute updates on this rotation right now in Mason. Again, this is heading up into Williamston and Weberville, heading towards 96. And again, I will repeat myself for those who are just tuning in. If you know anybody on I-96 right now, have them get off the highway as soon as possible. Next exit, get into a sturdy, substantial shelter. I always say this when I go and present. It may be not the most ideal location, but often gas stations have those walk-in coolers. They have reinforced walls that you can hunker down in. It's a good place to go. Right now, again, people have survived in walk-in coolers before. So again, we're telling you this right now. That's going to be your best option rather than being out in the elements. So again, if you're on I-96, get off the highway. Do not take shelter underneath an overpass. That is the worst place you can be due to the Venturi effect, where winds actually speed up underneath an overpass. So again, get off the highway if you're on I-96 right now or any roadway, and take shelter in the nearest substantial structure. If you're in a mobile home, if you still have time, which likely not, you should be taking shelter right now, interior room, lowest floor of the building. Chandler, how's that cam look?
You can take it if you would like to. It's tough to really see anything in there right now. You can see the shelf and definitely the striation still on the front of it there, but I haven't seen very much come out of it. Wider view here, you can see it coming in all the way kind of down the line, but at this time I still don't see anything. I tried to find a couple other cameras online just through other sources, and nothing had a good view of anything that was in there. So may or may not have been something. We'll keep an eye out on messages. If you did see something, if you live in Mason and you saw something, please, please, please send it to our Facebook Messenger right away.
As a reminder, the red polygon denotes whether or not you are in a tornado warning. This is why it's important to know where you're located on a county-based map on a day like today when we have widespread severe weather ongoing. If this isn't a tornado, there is a pocket of perhaps 70 to 80-mile-per-hour winds moving into Williamston and Weberville right now. Again, whether it's spinny wind or straight line wind, wind is wind. It's going to bring down trees. It's going to bring down power lines. Perhaps and I will say this at this point, it will be multi-day power outages just because we already have last update, what was 125,000 without power in the state of Michigan. Again, you're likely going to be without power through the remainder of the holiday weekend if you do lose power from this event. So again, right now, if you're in Williamston, Weberville, heading towards Fowlerville, that's where this center rotation is at. Also, if you're in Mason and Dansville, you need to be taking shelter now. If you're hearing sirens in downtown Lansing or East Lansing, You can see this red box does not include you guys. It's just because that is just how the
A new
warnings
considerable
go off
severe
for
thunderstorm
counties.
warning has
Sometimes
been
if
issued.
it's partial counties, they'll issue the sirens for the entire county. But the polygons you see on the screen that we are showing you guys are validated. They are from the National Weather Service office, and those are official in telling of who is in a warning and who is not. So if you're not in a polygon, you are not in a warning, whether or not you are hearing those sirens or not. So like right now, for example, if your sirens are turning off, like they've been running for 5 minutes in Williamston or Weberville, and they've turned off, guess what? You are still in this tornado warning. You can see this red box is still existing on the screen. Do not be led astray by those warning sirens turning off. Stay in your shelter. This red box is going to be in effect here for another 31 more minutes at the max for East Central Ingham County in Mason right now, heading towards Williamston and Fowlerville. Still shelf cloud action over there on the Roadhouse camera.
You can take my screen if you want to. I have the Tecumseh camera up right now, courtesy of J-Bar Hobbies, as this line comes into the Tecumseh area. I've lost the Williamston camera, so I'm restarting access to see if it'll work, but the stream's gone.
Gotcha. As a reminder, again, you may not be in the tornado warning in Lansing or East Lansing, but you are still being impacted by the wind, 70 miles per hour. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. At this point, I don't know what I can say to get it through people's heads that a 70 mile per hour severe thunderstorm warning can often be worse than a tornado warning. But please keep that in mind. Again, these are level 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for 70 mile per hour winds. Usually we see the normal severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for 60 mile per hour winds. But again, the National Weather Service has the utmost confidence at least 70 mile per hour winds possible right now in Lansing, East Lansing, heading over towards eventually Perry, who does not have a severe thunderstorm warning yet, down to Stockbridge, down into Jackson and Grass Lake, down into Brooklyn. And again, they upgraded the severe thunderstorm warning for Washtenaw and Lenawee counties from 60 to 70 as well. So please be advised those severe thunderstorm warnings are also important to take shelter from, because those will bring down multiple trees as well across a wide area. We just lost our Grass Lake cam on the side of the screen, so those winds are confirmed gusting through Grass Lake right now. Mike is up there chasing in the top of the screen at the current time, and he'll have a
I
view
do
on
have
that.
the Williamston camera back, Joel.
Okay.
Turbulent.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at the Grand Rapids radar again, because the rotation was there. It was in Mason. It looks like it's gusting out again. So right now it looks like it's lost its rotation. Looks like it's gusting out, and according to we have eyes on this center of rotation right now on the courtesy of our Williamston Roadhouse cam. Again, we just installed this weather camera, I think a week ago it was, in Williamston. So huge shout out to Williamston Roadhouse for coming in clutch. This is our first Ingham County camera. We've been waiting so long for an Ingham County camera. We appreciate them so very much. And again, please give all of your applause, I guess, to Williamston Roadhouse for sponsoring a camera in a very well needed area. And again, we have 115 cameras situated across the state of Michigan. They're important for situations like this when we do have a tornado warning in effect, and especially in an area where there are really not any other weather cameras around. So thank you very much to Williamston Roadhouse for sponsoring that camera. Here comes that new warning. They did finally issue a new severe thunderstorm warning. National Weather Service in Detroit Pontiac has issued this severe thunderstorm warning for Shiawassee County and Livingston County in southeastern Michigan until 6:45 p.m. At 5:41 p.m., lines of severe thunderstorms are located from East Lansing to Williamston to near Mason, moving east-northeast at 50 miles per hour. Hazard, 70 mile per hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expect considerable tree damage. Also damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Timing-wise, Perry, 5:45 as early there, which would be right now, technically speaking. But again, you still have a couple minutes in Perry. Maurice as early as 5:50. Fowlerville as early as 5:55. Bancroft as early as 6 o'clock. Duran, Chahocta, Byron, and Oak Grove around 6:05, and Lennon around 6:10.
Take my stream, Joel.
Yep.
Sorry, I hate interrupting you, but we're starting to see stoplights bounce around. Trees are bouncing around here in Tecumseh. I don't know if you look at the Detroit airport radar, but it shows some pockets of 75-mile-an-hour winds on radar, according to the Detroit airport radar.
We've
Yeah.
just lost Tecumseh Cam offline.
Yep, there it goes.
Okay, well,
Back up to that severe thunderstorm warning. Other locations in that severe thunderstorm warning include Plainfield Island Lake State Recreation Area, Conway Township, Pinckney State Recreation Area, Vernon, Parker's Corners, Lakeland, Chilson, Bennington, and Unadilla. Ryan would know.
Udalia?
Yes, that. Once again, that severe thunderstorm warning for most of Shiawassee and all of Livingston is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds at the current time. They are not extending the tornado warning for Fowlerville, but again, a severe thunderstorm warning with 70-mile-per-hour winds, that's quite significant. You do want to be taking shelter. So if you're just tuning in, the highest active alert right now is a tornado warning. We did see a quick spike in rotation over Mason about 10 to 15 minutes ago now. And that area of rotation has since weakened. Go ahead and back it up actually so I can show you guys. But there it was. It was at 5:32 into 5:36 in the Mason area, just on the north side of town. That was where it picked up quickly there. And again, this tornado warning does remain in effect. They did just trim it back a little bit. So Mason and Holt, you are no longer in the tornado warning. Williamston, you are. Williamston, Weberville. So again, the polygons, if you're new here to the wonderful world of weather, again, sirens do not tell you whether or not you're in a warning. It's the polygons. Keep that in the back of your mind. The polygons that you are seeing on the screen right here are all of the warnings that are in effect. Once those polygons are done for your area, you are out of that warning. So sometimes you could be in a warning and not hearing sirens. Guess what? You're in that warning. That polygon is telling you that you're in a warning. Sometimes you may be not in a warning, but you're still hearing sirens. That means you're not in a warning because the polygon is not telling you that. So respect the polygon. We always say this all the time. From
I'll be out on the road in just a minute.
From
Still mapping.
taking a page out of the book of our meteorologist down in Alabama, James Spann. Respect the polygon and take shelter if you are in one of those polygons. Again, this is for, let's see, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different counties here in south central Lower Michigan. This is heading for the Detroit metro region within the next hour or so. Current time at the bottom of the screen, 5:51 p.m. There are 6 different severe thunderstorm warnings, 7 different severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, and 1 tornado warning at the current time. And that is for Williamston and Weberville heading towards the Fowlerville area. Again, if you are able to, please take shelter now in a substantial structure. And you should not be out driving in these storms right now. Again, if you're out driving in these thunderstorms right now, you are at risk for being hit by a tree. The text in this does say that these are potentially deadly storms because of the 70-mile-per-hour winds bringing down a lot of trees. So the edge of the wind right now stretches from St. John's down to Langsburg, down to Perry. It cuts south into Weberville and Fowlerville. Fowlerville actually probably about 2 minutes. And it cuts south down to Stockbridge and Gregory. And then it cuts kind of into the Chelsea area at the current time. Just this whole blob here, Pinckney, Barton Hills, and Ann Arbor also being impacted. Yeah. Widespread outages right now. Jackson, all of these counties actually right now have widespread wind coming through at the current time. Even all the way down to Adrian, we're getting power outages at the current time. This whole gust front actually extends all the way down into northern Ohio, even though there's no precipitation out here near Lyons, Ohio, and Morenci. This outflow boundary, you can kind of see that very light colored blue line on your screen. That is the edge of the wind. We're seeing power outages right now all the way back towards Hudson, Adrian, Tecumseh, we lost the camera in Tecumseh. We also have up into Saline, I believe, has a couple hours. We're kind of actually running into DTE territory, so I think Ryan or Chandler have to tell me about outages there, but outages definitely butt up to the Chelsea area. Grass Lake has huge power outages right now. And up to the north, they're extending all the way into the kind of the Stockbridge area at the current time. Stockbridge is kind of being split by some of that wind, but there is a lot of power outages over in the Leslie area. And right now, as mentioned, again, if you're in Lansing, these 70-mile-per-hour winds are bringing down a ton of power outages right now, especially in the Holt and Okemos and Williamston areas. The blues you're seeing on the screen. So for those who are not well versed in radar, walking you guys through it right now, what you're seeing on radar is what we call velocity radar. So it's the wind. The reds and the greens mean something. No, it's not Christmas. The greens are winds heading towards the radar site. We're using the Detroit radar, which is located in central Oakland County. That means the wind is heading towards. Anything that changes from these darker greens to the lighter greens and even these blues, that's where your winds get to strong and then severe. And sometimes these blues change to darker blues, and that's where you get into your very severe wind of perhaps 70, maybe even higher in miles per hour. In the reds, we won't see it for a while yet, unless we use the Grand Rapids radar, but once these storms get to the east side of the radar in central Oakland County, those greens change over to reds because it's heading away from the radar site. And so we'll see really bright reds as they move through. But we did see those reds and greens come close together. When they come close together like that, that means it's a sign of rotation. That's why they were able to confidently issue this tornado warning for the Mason area. It spun up very quickly in the Mason area. You can see this actually if you back up here. This should be red, but because the general motion here, in fact, I'll change it over to our storm relative. There you go. Our reds and greens come close together like that. It's like they're holding hands. That is where the winds are coming close together and they're rotating very strongly. And so for about 5 minutes, there's about 2 or 3 scans where that rotation was quite strong in Mason. And so as an abundance of caution, they issued a tornado warning. Right now, we are not seeing anything on the ground according to our debris radar. But still, you should be taking these storms fairly seriously. You should not be driving out in these storms right now. If you have plans tonight, postpone them. Do not go out and risk your life for some fireworks tonight. Please be taking shelter if you're in one of these severe thunderstorm warnings. The newest ones coming in for Shiawassee and Livingston County, all the way down into Washtenaw and Lenawee County. And we're likely going to see some new warnings coming in soon, probably for Oakland and Wayne, and eventually Monroe, probably within the next 5 minutes. Current time now 5:55 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzma. Here at the top of your screen, also below me, Chandler, Vice President of Operations and Growth Director. Also below him is our ASL interpreter, Dawn. And we also had Caitlin switching out tonight. We got our full team behind the scenes also ready to answer to your damage reports that you have coming in. So feel free to submit those our way on Messenger or on our Discord server at discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. Also, we have Michigan Weather Reports. That is a community group that you can upload your reports to on Facebook. When you send in your damage reports, please do so with time, location as specific as possible, and what exactly we are seeing. So again, if it's, for example, some tree damage, say tree damage at this intersection, tree noted to be healthy or rotted in nature or something like that, and then maybe the diameter of the tree limbs. Also, there has been some hail out there tonight. Diameter of the hail is also appreciated with a ruler.
Joel, we're up to 144,000 customers without power. Over 35% of Hillsdale County without power at this time right now, 32% of Berry County, 10 and 15% of Jackson and Ingham County without power at this time. It just continues to go across the state and take power outages. Ryan's been saying that he's been being impacted in the southeastern Michigan area as well. I do have the Howell camera pulled up. If you would like to take a look at it, you certainly don't have to. Shelf cloud and heavy winds continue to work their way across the state.
All right, I'll take you. Just briefly. It's still coming into the Howell area, probably within the next 2 to 4 minutes there. So if you're in Howell, please be taking shelter if you're just hearing this for the first time. And again, if you know anybody in here in eastern side of the state that needs severe weather coverage at the push of a button, again, liking and sharing does go a long ways, even if you don't know anybody. It does help the algorithm out a little bit for your fellow Michiganders, and especially on a weekend like this weekend. It is the 4th of July weekend. A lot of people visiting from out of state. When you do hit that like button, it does show that this stream is popular, and it will actually push this stream into the algorithm of people that are visiting from out of state. And so you never know whose life you could be saving, especially when 70-mile-per-hour winds are rolling across the state like they are right now in Fowlerville, in Chahocta, in Howell, where arguably the strongest winds are currently at here in northern Livingston County. Again, if you are in Livingston County, these are very close. I would imagine these are 70-mile-per-hour winds. In fact, some of these pixels here in Fowlerville and Weberville right now are 77 miles per hour. That's at, get a road name here, 77 miles per hour at Allen and North Fowlerville Road. That's basically downtown Fowlerville. Also Weberville up to the north at Stowe Road at Morley Road and Nicholson Road. Again, that's going to be entering, or it is entering southern Shiawassee County right now. So Perry's being impacted and Byron and Durand up next. Also, I should mention this, going back to the teaching lesson about the velocity radar. These purples that you see on radar, don't worry about that. We call that range folded, where it is just bad data being fed into the radar. So that is just bad data. Don't pay attention to the purple. Pay attention to the brighter greens and even the blues that are showing up on radar here. So again, we're looking at pixels at 2,100 feet off the ground, reading around 75 to 80 miles per hour, heading into Fowlerville right now and eventually up towards Byron and Chahocta at the current time. A couple reports of power starting to be lost in the Ann Arbor area. That's not surprising. I do have the Ann Arbor Airport camera behind the scenes as well.
I do too.
You have it up?
You can take it if you want.
Okay. As courtesy of Ace Aviation out there at the Ann Arbor Airport, you can see the rain curtains rolling across the airfield at the current time. Not a good day to be out there flying, of course. Hopefully you got your flying in earlier today. But taking off from that would be, well, it would be fatal, so don't do that. But again, that is wind. You can see the rain curtains actually starting to obscure the visibility on the the west side of the runway, looking off to the right side there. And again, that is going to be responsible for your 70-mile-per-hour winds and perhaps a little bit higher, according to some of our recent radar scans. Back over to the radar. Tornado warning does continue for northeastern Ingham County for 14 more minutes. At 5:49, severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage were located near Williamston or near Fowlerville, moving east at 50 miles per hour. This line is now pretty much on the county line, entering into Livingston and Shiawassee County soon. I imagine this tornado warning will probably be canceled here within the next 5 minutes, so it'll be canceled a little bit early. The tornado warning is no longer in effect for Mason. You guys are good. But this is quite the rear inflow jet at the current time.
A new considerable
see.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Again, the rear inflow jet helps push this line out and makes kind of like an arrow shape where it bends backwards. And right now that is doing the most bending as it's heading up into Chahocta and Byron, which is located on the border of Livingston and Shiawassee counties. You also notice a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect. That's going to be down here into the Detroit area. Go ahead and take the airport radar really quickly because that'll show off these winds most impressively. Oh, yeah.
I do have the Dundee camera up here too, Joel. We do a good look at the shelf cloud coming into Dundee, where it is gusting out right on the edge of town there, according to that. Okay, oh, sorry, I forgot to go full screen with it. There you go.
You're good. Chahocta, thank you guys. Looking at the airport radar, there's a couple downbursts ongoing in Saline and Milan, down towards Dundee very soon, as we saw in the Dundee cams. Not quite there yet. Also, you can see on radar in the Dixboro area, a little downburst ongoing there. That is 71.6 miles per hour at Cherry Hill and Stomel Road. That is in Dixboro, heading towards Cherry Hill at the current time. And again, that is why a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has come in, because some of these signatures on radar are around 70 miles per hour. The National Weather Service in Detroit Pontiac has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Monroe County and Wayne County in southeastern Michigan until 7:15 p.m. At 5:59, severe thunderstorms
Take
are
Dundee
located.
camera while you read it. Take Dundee camera while you read it.
Yep. At 5:59, a severe thunderstorm is located along a line extending from near Ann Arbor to Saline to near Tecumseh, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Hazards are 70 mile per hour wind gusts, as you can see rolling into Dundee right now. And quarter-size hail also possible. Source confirmed via emergency management. Hail damage to vehicles is expected, as well as considerable tree damage, and wind damage is also likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Timing. Did we lose it?
Yep.
Timing on this line of storms for Monroe and Wayne counties, we do have Milan and Canton, 6:10. Dundee, Belleville, 6:15. Romulus and Petersburg around 6:20. Ida, maybe around 6:25. Taylor, Flat Rock, Carlton, and Dearborn around 6:30. Monroe, Wyandotte, and Trenton around 6:35. And Grosse Ile around 6:40. Downtown Detroit, as well as Newport, Melvindale, Gibraltar, Erie, New Boston, Woodland Beach, Stony Point, Bowles Harbor, Rockwood, and Samaria are all in this new severe thunderstorm warning. As a reminder, it is 70 mile per hour wind gusts. It's a level 2 of level 3 severe thunderstorm warning. And that's kind of been the story all day. It's been pretty much considerable all across the state. We're telling you guys about 3 hours ago now, when this line started, that you should be preparing your weather-ready plan. Well, now if you're in southeast Michigan, you should be enacting that weather-ready plan as these 70 mile per hour winds are rolling into your area. If there is 1 inch hail in there, it would probably be this northern cell in the Warden area, but that's not the main concern right now. Also, the good news here is the tornado warning for Ingham County, as mentioned, would be expired early. It has been expired early. You are good now if you're in Ingham County. However, 70 mile per hour wind, severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for this area in the Williamston and Weberville area, also up into Clinton County towards DeWitt and St. John's. The Ann Arbor Airport cam is low visibility for sure. In courtesy of Ace
Non-optimal
Aviation.
flying conditions.
Yeah, definitely not. As a reminder, we do have 115 weather cameras in the state. If you are a business that would love to sponsor a view at your location, especially if you have a really good viewable location, feel free to reach out to Chandler. He's right below me here on stream. Chandler at MichiganStormChasers.com.
Justin, over at the state capitol here, there are a whole bunch of branches down in the capitol, so I'm gonna pull up there and click the camera.
So Austin is in downtown Lansing at the current time. He's reporting damage in downtown Lansing from trees, which makes sense. So gusty winds are now in Dundee. We did just lose our Dundee cam unless it's back. No.
Nope, is out.
I have it back, actually. Oh, wow. Oh, hold on. Oh, I had it. I think the power keeps cutting in and out because look at the date at the top left. It came back for a brief, it came back for like 40 seconds. And now it's out again. Yeah, the entire camera was doing one of these motions. We were swaying like that. It was about to fall off the pole. It was gusting so hard. So Dundee, that wind is definitely verifying as 60 to 70 in your neck of the woods. If we take a look at the airport camera, we'll probably see that. Not a good time to be out driving around in Dundee right now. And even up here into Milan, Stony Creek, Whitaker, these pixels that you see on radar at 89 feet off the ground, 72 mile per hour winds. So these are most certainly gusting to the surface. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, wow.
Yeah, 89 feet off the ground. That's basically on the ground right now. 70 to 75 mile per hour winds across a wide area. Oh, our Dundee cam is back again. Power is back. Power poles are shaking here right in front. Now you can see the power just came back on because it's still trying to recycle the date up there. It's definitely not 2011. Again, this is heading for all of Wayne County right now. In fact, it's already in Wayne County. If you are in the Sheldon, Belleville, Romulus, Wayne, Westland area, that gust front actually is moving very quickly into your area. So it's actually already in Plymouth, Northville, Livonia. You've got 2 minutes. Inkster, Dearborn Heights, Taylor, down to New Boston, Willow, and Carlton, all within the next 5 minutes. Dearborn more like 10. Up to the north, Oakland County, you do not have a severe thunderstorm warning yet, but I imagine it's coming very shortly. Gusty winds still continuing in through Livingston County at the current time. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Livingston and Shiawassee. Jackson, you guys are in the clear now, as well as Hillsdale County. Portions of northwestern Lenawee County also in the all clear line. A lot of rain also following up behind it. Could see some minor flooding out there today. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 counties still in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning at this current time. As a reminder, there is no more tornado warning in effect. If you're still getting alerts on your phone, that's old. The polygons tell all. So right now we are showing you live polygons from the National Weather Service office. These tell you and determine whether or not you are in a warning or not. Nothing else tells you except for these polygons. If you're hearing sirens at your location, that's just to alert you. That may not necessarily tell you whether or not you're in a warning. So always take a look at the polygons. Again, we also have a Michigan Storm Chasers app coming soon. We're excited to show that off. And so when you do download the MSC app, you'll be able to see the polygons as well yourselves. When you do get the MSC app, it is still, again, in the development stages right now, about to come out within the next day or two, depending on how soon the App Store can push it out. You're kind of waiting on the Apple side of things. It will be out for Android as well. We're excited to release that soon. But again, these polygons, as a reminder, show you whether or not you're in a warning at the current time. So at the current time, it's Clinton, Ingham, Shiawassee, Livingston, Washtenaw, Lenawee, Monroe, and Wayne counties. Pretty much all of those counties, except for slivers of Clinton and Ingham. Those are the warnings that are in effect. And again, they're not your baseline severe thunderstorm warnings. They're your considerable severe thunderstorm warnings for 70-mile-per-hour wind heading in through the southeast side of the state. We just had a confirmed 59-mile-per-hour wind gust at the Willow Run Airport. Power outage again in Dundee. 59-mile-per-hour report at the Willow Run Airport in Wayne County. And again, still waiting on a warning for Oakland County, but these 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, maybe 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are on your doorstep at the current time. Cohocton heading into Linden and Argentine right now. I also have the Fenton cam, I thought. I do. It's kind of heading up into southern Genesee County at the current time as well. So if you are south of Flint, these winds are heading your way. It's kind of a dysfunctional shelf cloud. It's more of just turbulence at this current time as it starts to move away from its more favorable environment. But still, sign of some wind on the way there in Fenton, Michigan. That's courtesy of SeaTech. Many of you guys who live in the Fenton area may recognize that location. And that is looking to the southwest towards these 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Again, Fenton, you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning, but these winds are right on your doorstep. We hope you're able to learn something from the stream today in terms of severe weather, respecting it.
A new
Especially
considerable
when it comes to
severe
the warning
thunderstorm
process. So
warning has
again,
been issued.
We're showing you velocity radar, the reds and the greens. green, the brighter the colors in terms of the reds or the greens, the heavier the winds are generally going to be. And so right now you can see a lot of greens changing over to blues in Livingston County. We have gusts of around 65 to 70 all across the Howell and Cohocton areas, and these are heading up into Genesee and Oakland counties. And as mentioned, I figured that was coming soon. Here comes your new severe thunderstorm warning at the current time. The National Weather Service in Detroit Pontiac has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Oakland County and Genesee County until 7:15 p.m. At 6:10, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Byron to near Oak Grove to near Brighton, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Hazard, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail. Radar indicated is the source. And as a reminder, considerable tree damage is expected, as well as damage likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. These severe thunderstorms will be near South Lyon, Linden, and Gaines around 6:15, Novi, Fenton, Milford, and Lake Fenton around 6:20, Holly 6:25, West Bloomfield around 6:30. We have Southfield, Pontiac, Grand Blanc, and Clarkson around 6:35. Troy, Royal Oak, Birmingham, Goodrich, Ortonville around 6:40. Warren, Oxford, Sterling Heights, and Rochester around 6:50. Other locations in the severe thunderstorm warning include Franklin, Kego Harbor, Waterford, Orchard Lake, Rankin, Holly State Recreation Area, Commerce, Rose Center, Lather Village, and Auburn Hills. People attending Royal Oak Taco Fest, Pine Knob, and Clawson 4th of July celebration should seek safe shelter immediately. You do not want to be outside. You want to be in safe shelter. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds rolling through at the current time. And you can see on the Fenton cam the dust that just got kicked up within that gust front at the Fenton cam. And power struggling. Oh yeah, here comes the wind. Now check it out. Right there in the center of the camera. It's almost like a little gustnado there, Chandler.
Mm-hmm.
This is courtesy of C-Tech in Fenton. Everything is shaking. The light poles, the restaurant signs, the traffic signals, the trees. It's like an earthquake kind of rolling through with those 70-mile-per-hour winds there. So good call on the severe thunderstorm warning for southern Genesee. Those winds are rocking and rolling. Linden and Fenton and Lake Fenton, that is you guys right now as these winds come roaring into your area. If you are out driving right now in this and you are listening to us, please be taking shelter. You do not want to be on the road in these 70-mile-per-hour winds.
When you have a second, Joel, can you just refresh the chat so I can see it continue to move?
Sorry.
Please and thank you.
Every time a super chat comes in, those jewels that do come in, that kind of bumps everything down.
Yes. Thank you.
So the polygons determine everything, and there are a lot of different reports coming in. There's actually a flood report, 6-inch deep water on the roadway in Lansing and East Lansing. We have trees and power lines down in the entire area of Lansing and the county, and a bunch of tree damage as well in East Lansing. So that is all coming in. Also, good news now for most of Ingham and all of Clinton County. Your severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped. Also, severe thunderstorm warning has been downgraded for the Weberville area to 60-mile-per-hour winds. That expires in 28 more minutes, but that will probably be canceled here very shortly. We're getting also wind damage reports. Trees down on a house along with multiple power lines down in the Chelsea area. Dexter has multiple trees on roadways around Mass Road and Joy Road. 48-mile-per-hour wind gust in Monroe. And that is the latest I have right now on radar.
As of this point in time, Joel, we are up to 165,000 customers without power. As much as 37% Hillsdale County, 18% of Jackson County, and almost 20% of Lenawee County are without power at this time.
Another camera that's getting blasted by the wind right now, the CSW dental camera in Brighton looking south. They are in the thick of it right now in that severe thunderstorm warning for Livingston County. Livingston and Shiawassee counties, your warning expires in 27 more minutes. The reception there at the CSW dental camera is a little choppy, but you can kind of see the winds moving those trees around.
I do have the Dearborn and Burton cameras ready to go as well.
Okay. You are live.
Still hanging on.
It's moving quickly there to the Dearborn area.
Huh?
Moving in quickly to the Dearborn area.
Yes.
We do have a downgrade now from a level 2 to a level 1 severe thunderstorm warning for Washtenaw and the rest of Lenawee County, Adrian, Tecumseh, Onstead, Morenci, Hudson area. You guys are in the clear, as well as Chelsea to Manchester and Clinton. That warning box no longer involves you guys. So that polygon, remember, respect the polygon. If you're in the polygon, you want to be taking shelter until that polygon is off of your location. So again, Genesee County, Oakland County, you just got that polygon. So you want to be off the roadways. You want to be in shelter. You want to be away from those exterior walls where trees can come collapsing in, and of course away from those windows as well as, glass shattering. It's not fun trying to pick glass out of your eyes. So please don't be near windows when these 70-mile-per-hour winds come roaring on through. Again, sirens are not all the time set off for tornadoes. They can be set off for thunderstorm warnings as well. So it's in the name. They're called outdoor warning sirens. They're not called tornado sirens. It's another thing. If you've taken anything away from our stream today, you could learn that. Again, they're called outdoor warning sirens for two reasons. Number one, they can be issued for a wide plethora of things. Number two, it's in the name, outdoor. They're used for outdoor purposes only. So if you're hearing them indoors, I mean, congratulations. It's another way of receiving warning, but they're not intended for indoor use. Again, the range is very low on them. They're about 1 mile to 2 miles. Sometimes you can hear them up to about 5 miles away, but again, not all locations can hear them anyways, and you're fail safe. So in the event, your siren or your weather radios didn't go off, or the apps on your phone didn't work, or for whatever reason you're not watching us here at Michigan Storm Chasers, again, those sirens are your last mode of warning. If in the event you didn't get any warning prior. And again, severe weather was expected today. This is not just something that's popped up out of the blue. We had severe weather projected for Friday over the last 3 to 4 days now. So again, if you've been following us since the beginning of the week, you knew this was coming in today. Again, you guys are ahead of 95% of the rest of the state for those who have been longtime followers here. So you guys got the gist by now. And if you're new here today, we appreciate you for tuning in for the first time. We do this all the time here at MSC. Anytime there's a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning in the state, we will be live tracking it from beginning to end. And we do mean that absolutely. We have not missed covering a single severe warning in the state of Michigan dating back through late 2023.
There's still some dust being kicked up, Joel. Looking at the Dearborn camera.
That's what I figured that's what that was.
Yeah, it looks to me like some dust being kicked up. You can see the light blues back in here where the precipitation and the winds are, but the mothership is coming, as they say.
Yeah.
You do want to be taking the warnings seriously if you are in the Dearborn area.
Do we have any other? We do. We have. I'm going to pull up the. I'm going to get the Lake Orion cam up behind the scenes as well. If it's live, do they have it live? They do. Look into the south. Boy, if it picks up any more dust here, they might have to issue a dust storm warning. I'm just kidding. Whoa, something just flew off the roof.
Yeah, I was curious what that was. I thought it was maybe a leaf that blew in front of it or a twig or something. It'll be interesting to see if that dust continues to go all the way across the screen with it.
Yeah. So that edge of that wind is already pretty much all the way through Monroe County. The warning actually has been trimmed. Lambertville and Oakville no longer in the severe thunderstorm warning. It does continue for the rest of Monroe County, though. You can see that orange box on your screen with the red outline. Also, all of Wayne County still in that severe thunderstorm warning. You want to be taking shelter until these orange polygons are done. Also, good news if you're in Washtenaw and Lenawee counties, your warnings have expired. Rain and some light thunderstorms do continue, and now it's just a matter of picking up the pieces. As a reminder, when it is safe to do so, send in your damage reports to us here at MSC with a time, location, as specific as possible. Again, we can't read your minds. If you just send in pictures to us into our messenger and it has no text attached to it, we don't know where it's at. So make sure to add some details to it, as much as you can add as possible, and we'll pass it over to the National Weather Service so they can officially count that as a damage report. If you don't have Messenger, feel free to toss it over to our Discord server, discord.gg/Michigan Storm Chasers. Go ahead, Chandler, if you have something to say.
I say, it looks like we have a tree down near our headquarters. Trying to figure out exactly where it's at. Alex sent in a picture of it.
Yeah.
Looks like it is just north of our office. Kind of a cool shot here on the Dearborn camera. The alien invasion.
Yeah, that mothership up above there. You can see the
I
core
always
starting
like
to...
the sunset or the golden sky
Yeah.
out in front of it.
Yeah, that core is you start to see that rain move in about 30 seconds here. It's going to just absolutely downpour. You can see the blue hues up there on the left side of the screen. There's your rain as it moves into the view. And again, there's your wind as well. Those big old trees up there in the center of the screen are, it doesn't look like much from this distance, but it takes a lot of wind to kind of bend them over almost at a 45, 90-degree angle like that. So I wanted to take a peek back here at the airport radar, Chandler. There's a lot of yellows up and down this line still in the Estrel Beach area in Monroe. Again, these yellows on the velocity radar, as a reminder, from reds to yellows, that's going to be your heavier wind, up around 70 miles per hour. Also, downbursts ongoing right now in Livonia and Dearborn Heights, as well as Redford. Also, all the way up in the Plymouth area, up into Farmington Hills and Farmington itself, as well as Clarenceville, entering the Highland Park and Hamtramck areas of Detroit, and pretty much in downtown Detroit here within the next 5 minutes. Macomb County and Southern Lapeer County, you guys do not have a warning, but you have been seeing, if you guys have been watching for the last 3 hours here at MSC, you've been seeing what's been happening all across the state. We've had over 140,000 power outages come in. Some of them, of course, existing from last night's severe weather, but we have now up to around 140,000 across the entire state. It's going to be a multi-day restoration for some of you guys, so if you do lose power today with these storms, you may not get it back until the end of the weekend, perhaps even later than that. So if you do have, 4th of July plans at your place without power, again, you're probably going to have to go off generator for the next couple days, as, again, power is going to take a little bit to restore with how many hours we've been seeing coming in here this afternoon. So again, in Macomb and Lapeer counties, as we were mentioning, you've seen what's been heading your way. You should be planning now to go to your safe location when these severe thunderstorms head into your area. Right now, though, those winds are in Grand Blanc, Schwartz Creek, down into Clarkston, Waterford, Novi, and Farmington Hills for Oakland and Genesee County at the current time. To the north, I did want to point this out real quick, just a decent view of the northern edge of this line of storms here. This is our South Burton Diamond Precast camera in Burton, Michigan. You can kind of see as it bends back to the west there, that's your northern edge of this line of gusty winds. You can actually see out in the distance here, right to the right of the radio tower, similar to what we're seeing in Dearborn. There's dust being kicked up just on the south side of Genesee County. We saw that in our Fenton cam previously, so no surprise there. It's still being kicked up as it rolls in towards the Grand Blanc area. This camera is kind of facing off towards Grand Blanc, and then you face it to the south. A lot of turbulence up here on camera. Actually, there's some of your dust right there out there in the distance. Check that out. There's your gust front rolling in right now.
Dusty.
Yeah, rolling across the rail tracks over there. I mean, if you estimate that wind is probably blowing across at highway speed, so that's probably at least 70 miles per hour. If you just follow it with your mouse. 60 at the very least there. And yeah, there's your dust being kicked up right now on the South Diamond or South Burton Diamond precast camera. Yeah, there you go. A lot of dust being kicked up at the current time. That's we just keep finding a way to pull in these cameras at the perfect opportunities today, Chandler.
Yeah, and then in 3 minutes they'll go down
Yeah.
when the winds hit it.
I don't know if we have the official numbers, but I'm sure maybe Ryan does on how many cameras we've lost today due to the power outages.
I can tell you. 17.
Dang.
Actually, I lied. 19, because both of the Vermontville ones are back.
Gotcha. I just took it off the South Burton camera, but we just had a dust devil spin up right in front of the camera here. Moving through the yard.
I do have it up on my end too.
Okay. I'll toggle between me and you then. Going back into these warnings here again, as mentioned, Washtenaw and Lenawee County, you guys are in the clear now for those warnings. Warnings do continue for southeastern Shiawassee and most of Livingston County still for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Again, if you're new here, respect the polygon, as we always say. These severe thunderstorm warnings you see on your screen, they have a red outline around them. And again, these polygons determine whether or not you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, and the red outline around the orange box does denote that it is a level 2 severe thunderstorm warning out there. And so you should be staying inside because not only are these 60-mile-per-hour winds, if you get to a level 2 severe thunderstorm warning, that would be either golf ball size hail or 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's an and or statement. And right now it's the or statement of 70-mile-per-hour winds. We're not seeing much in the way of hail at the current time, and we haven't really seen much in the way of tornadoes except for that brief tornado warning in Ingham County where we saw 2 to 3 scans of very strong rotation pop up over Mason. It is undetermined at this time whether or not something touched down. According to debris radar, there wasn't anything that did touch down, but again, we're still seeing widespread, and it's going to be tough to determine just whether or not a tornado happened today because, again, we had widespread across the entirety of southern Michigan, widespread 70 to 80-mile-per-hour winds blow through the area, and that just brought down a ton of trees and a ton of power lines alone. So something to take note leaving the stream today is, again, not everything is tornado damage. Straight line wind damage is often a lot more violent than tornado damage, and we see this all the time in our comments section. Like, people always say, we definitely had a tornado here, we definitely had a tornado there. And people don't realize that these damaging straight line winds can bring down large swaths of trees way better than any tornado would, especially if it's a weaker tornado. So again, 70-mile-per-hour winds on these severe thunderstorm warnings for Genesee, Oakland, Wayne, and Monroe counties. Good news is we're starting to trim more counties here. And at the current time, there are no tornado warnings in effect. Again, at the bottom of the screen, we have our our very awesome ticker down here at the bottom of the screen that shows all the active alerts on the bottom bar, but also the highest active alert in the state. A tornado warning would always be higher than a severe thunderstorm warning. That always takes a precedent over a severe thunderstorm warning. So right now, there are no tornado warnings in effect. The highest active alert we have is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds here in the I-75 corridor south of Flint. And good news for Shiawassee and Livingston County. As you can see in the loop here, your severe thunderstorm polygon has been dropped. So Shiawassee, Livingston County, you guys are in the clear now. You're still getting some rain out there at the current time. But again, your warnings have been dropped. 42 minutes left on the Genesee County, Oakland County severe thunderstorm warnings, and 42 minutes left as well for Wayne and Monroe. These storms actually moved quite quickly, and as long as we can get the rest of this rain that's behind it out of the area within the next 2 to 3 hours, we may have our 4th of July plans back on, especially if you have fireworks tonight here in portions of southern Michigan and central Michigan where the rain is currently falling. Again, all this green on radar is lighter rain moving across the state. If we can push that out of here, it's moving rather quickly across the state today, especially since we have these 70-mile-per-hour winds that are kind of pulling it along. your plans might be good tonight, especially past the 9 o'clock time frame. We'll see though. At the current time. At the current time, though, it is just damaging winds all up and down the line. Heavy winds right now in downtown Detroit and Hamtramck, all the way up into Royal Oak, Clawson, Birmingham, Bloomfield Hills, pretty much along that Woodward Avenue area. That's also the I-75 business loop through downtown Pontiac, extending up through the radar site here in Clarkston and Lake Angeles. And the outflow boundaries, you can see as I switch back over to reflectivity. We saw those winds in our South Burton cam. That wind is not actually associated with the precipitation as much. It's along an outflow boundary, which is this light blue line you see on the screen. That extends from Goodrich up through Burton and Flint and Flushing and New Lothrop right now, and all the way back to Oakley and actually Ashley, Michigan in Gratiot County. So if you're here, you're not hearing thunder or seeing lightning and really no precipitation, but it's just suddenly really, really windy in central Genesee County. That is because you have the outflow boundary on radar here that is pushing out ahead of the main band of precipitation. This has been primarily a southern Michigan threat today. This will stay along and south of I-69. Actually, this was actually a pretty good call from us here at MSC. We mentioned this with our radar updates and our discussions.
Take my screen.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, wow. There's Dearborn.
Significant here in Dearborn.
Yeah. As I mentioned, good call today on the along and south of 96 and 69 corridors. Storms have pretty much been confined along those highways. We did see a couple of bursts north of 96 in Ionia County and into Kent County, as well as into Clinton County. But for the most part, along and south of 96 today, and once you get to the east of Lansing, south of 69. Again, there's your live view, courtesy of Guardian Technologies in Dearborn. As these storms roll off to the east. Storm motion, by the way, on these storms has been speeding up, as mentioned here, around 50 to 55 miles per hour now, Chandler. Again, moving out really quickly here. And in fact, that first Boeing segment in Wayne County is now actually in southwest Ontario already, hitting Windsor, Ontario. So again,
wow.
Wayne County, that's obviously it's already it's occurring right now in Dearborn and Livonia and Westland and Taylor. It's quite the wide swath of damaging winds, but the first gusts of wind are now already leaving Michigan here south of Lake St. Clair.
Wow.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, I mean it raced through here.
I just saw a question in here. Do you crack a window when there's a tornado? No. That myth has been debunked forever. Again, there's a lot of old weather myths that people still toss around in 2026. Obviously, heat lightning is one of them. But that was a myth that's been debunked forever now. Do not open your windows when a tornado is hitting. Again, physics are not in your favor. Does not relieve pressure. It actually puts more stress on the inner walls of your house, and it actually is more susceptible to the failure of the inside of your house. So again, opening windows, not a good idea during a tornado or any sort of wind. Now, right now, there is no tornado warning in effect. We're not concerned about rotation right now. We had that one instance in Mason earlier that has since come and gone. But again, do not open your windows in a tornado. That myth has been debunked forever. A couple more reports coming in. I see there is a new 63 mile per hour wind gust report at the Detroit Metro International Airport. Again, not a good time to be flying out of Detroit right now. Delays ongoing at the current time. Should be good at the Detroit airport within the next hour or so for more planes to take off. If they're, I mean, they'll get them out there probably within the next 30 minutes, I would imagine, whenever there's a window to do so. But yeah, these storms are starting to fall apart. The wind aspect is absolutely still there. May not look that impressive on radar at the current time. And it's actually really hard to see, especially since we get into where all these roads are at. All these, you zoom out far enough, and as you guys know, Oakland County, Macomb County, and Wayne County have a ton of roads. And so you zoom out far enough, and it's just every single road is trying to show up at the same time. It just turns into this wall of black. So you have to zoom in to kind of see the radar here in the Dearborn area. And yeah, there's a couple splotches here of 65 in downtown Detroit and Dearborn, as well as in Hamtramck. And Grosse Pointe Park, Grosse Pointe Farms, the big gross points, gross point 3, I guess. That is up in your direction within the next 4 to 6 minutes, maybe even sooner.
Joel, they're being impacted still by the gust front
Can I
out
take it?
in the. Can you hear me?
Can I take it?
Yeah, oh yeah. Not ridiculously significant, but I mean, this is outside of the main precipitation, and precipitation is going to miss to the south. But you can see that gust front on radar, and it's stretching further north than where the precipitation is. So there is the opportunity where you could still see some gusty winds if you're near the precipitation, but you might not even see any rain. This is courtesy of our Garging Technologies host camera here in the Burton area.
Current time now there at the bottom of the screen, 6:38, about to be 6:39 p.m. As a reminder, I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Futzma up here at the top of the screen. Below me, Vice President Operations and Growth Director Chandler. And below him, we got Dawn and Caitlin switching off ASL interpreting duties today. Appreciate them for their help as always. ASL's a newer component here of our streams within the last month here at Michigan Storm Chasers, and we're so glad to have them on here for some of our streams when severe weather strikes. So appreciate them very much. And of course, also shout out to all of our mods helping out in chat today and moderating all of you guys' chats. And again, our moderators are not afraid to use that ban hammer, so keep it civil if you are dropping comments over there in chat. And again, you guys may have noticed, and the moderator stressed this a lot, is please do not ask for your specific location when it comes to the severe weather coverage. Our goal here at MSC is we are giving you the severe weather coverage for the counties that are currently being impacted. Right now, that is Genesee, Oakland, Wayne, and Monroe counties. Sometimes it gets a little bit overwhelming with 12 different warnings going on at the exact same time. We do our best to cover them all, but we will usually only cover the counties being impacted by severe warnings. We'll also make note of the counties out ahead of time. And so this is why we always say, make sure you guys know where you're located on a county-based map. So when we call off your county or call off your city, that's your time to take shelter, or even memorize the counties that are, west of you or north of you or south of you, where these storms are first going to impact. It's good to know, hey, I'm in Macomb County and I see you right now, Oakland County. Sorry. I'm in Macomb County. I know Oakland County is in a severe thunderstorm warning right now. I know that's a county to my west. I know I should be ready to take shelter when the warning is issued. Again, you want to do yourself a great service by knowing where you're at on a county-based map. And again, it's just inhumanly possible to answer everyone's questions. Again, we do apologize. We can't answer everyone's questions because, again, we did have around 15,000 of you watching at the exact same time, all trying to ask us, hey, what about my city? What about my city? It's just inhumanly possible to do that when we're tracking these winds live, road by road, or sometimes city by city as they roll across the state. So I appreciate you for tuning in today. And hopefully you guys have been able to stay with us here in terms of where these storms have been. If you've been confused in terms of where these storms are going and where they're heading on a county-based map, it might be a good idea to brush up on your counties here in the state of Michigan, so you know for the next severe weather event, hey, Oakland County is right off to my west here. I know it's a county away. I know I need to be taking shelter. I know I need to be taking shelter here within the next, 15 or 30 minutes. And right now, again, if you're in Macomb County, that's kind of relevant to the situation. Again, next 15 or so minutes, you got some gusty winds, perhaps around 70 miles per hour rolling in. Some good news further south, eastern Wayne. So it's been trimmed from western Wayne, but eastern Wayne and northeastern Monroe counties, severe thunderstorm warning has been downgraded. It was from level 2 down to level 1, from 70 now to 60 mile per hour winds. Also, some nickel-sized hail may still be mixing in. This warning remains in effect till 7:15 p.m. for those counties listed.
Joel, we did lose our Detroit camera.
The new one?
Yeah, the stream. Well, okay, I don't know. Maybe it is new or not. The one on the riverboat there.
Yes.
Yes, we have lost that one. It is down. It was very dark, very rainy, very windy before it went down. But unfortunately, it is down at this time. We also are up to 180,000 customers without power all across southern Lower Michigan at the current time. There's a few power outages in Kent, Clinton, and Shiawassee County. But everyone south of that M46 line, there's also randomly some in Sheboygan County. But besides that, everything is south in the state today.
On our velocity radar here, again, the red is wind heading away from the radar site. So the radar site is located here in Clarkston at the White Lake National Weather Service office, also known as National Weather Service Detroit. The winds heading away from the radar site are going to show up as red. Winds heading towards the radar site are going to show up in green, which is why to the west it's green, to the east it's red. And as you can see, these winds are heading away from the radar site. They're going to show up as these brighter reds on radar. And that's what we're seeing. Heavy, heavy wind right now in Wayne County and, of course, Oakland County. It's moving into Lapeer and Macomb counties right now. Warren area, it's over you right now. And I was about to say, they need a warning. And here it comes. There's your new severe thunderstorm warning, Macomb County. Good news. For the first time since the beginning of the stream, we are now out of the level 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. We're now down to all level 1 severe thunderstorm warnings. So the wind is starting to decrease a little bit. We just had a 62 mile per hour gust officially at the Oakland County International Airport. But southeastern Genesee and eastern and central Oakland counties, you guys are now in a 60 mile per hour wind severe thunderstorm warning. In Macomb County, your new severe thunderstorm warning reads as followed. The National Weather Service in Detroit Pontiac has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for all of Macomb County until 7:45 p.m. At 6:42, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from near Ortonville to Pontiac to the Detroit Zoo, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Hazards are 60 mile per hour wind gusts, and it is radar indicated. Roof damage, siding damage, and tree damage is all possible. Timing-wise, Warren, Sterling Heights, and Clinton Township, either now or within the next 5 minutes. St. Clair Shores, Mount Clemens, and Romeo as early as 6:55. Macomb Township, 7 o'clock. New Baltimore, Armada, 7:05. Richmond around 7:10, and Memphis around 7:15. Roseville, Shelby Township, Ray Center, Utica, Fraser, East Point, Washington, New Haven, Stony Creek Metro Park, and Centerline are all in this severe thunderstorm warning as well. Special text does read, people attending UWM Field should seek safe shelter immediately. Once again, that is 60 mile per hour wind and no hail really expected with that. And they are also going to extend that into Lapeer County as well at the northern edge of this line of storms. Still a lot of reds changing over to yellows up and down this line here, upwards around 60 to 65, all stretching throughout the area, all the way down even into the Windsor, Ontario area at the current time, Amherstburg, all the way down into Monroe County. And again, we're continuing to knock counties out of the warning zones. So we're starting to see our all clear line get closer and closer to the end of the state. But for all the counties and all the cities listed in these orange polygons, these warnings are still in effect. We'll likely still have a warning incoming for St. Clair County at some point, but that is not yet. So if you're in St. Clair County, you should be preparing accordingly for some 60 mile per hour winds heading your way with this weakening line of storms. But recently, 62 mile per hour gusts confirmed. That was about 10 minutes ago at the Oakland County International Airport. So 62 mile per hour winds confirmed in Pontiac right now, in Oxford, and our Lake Orion cam actually is going to be underneath that right now. I do have that pulled up. Lighter wind at the current time, but they are underneath this shelf-ish feature. It is kind of falling apart, so it's not the most impressive cloud structure that we've seen, just like we saw earlier. But we'll likely see some wind here in just a second. I'm getting close to the end here. We'll go back to our radar site, and somebody's on the radio. I'm not sure who.
I was gonna say, who was that?
I got my cam up here in Macomb County if you want to take it.
Too loud.
It's Tyler.
Oh, that was Tyler.
So if you're in Wayne, Monroe, Oakland, and southeastern Genesee, your warning is still in effect at the most for another 26 more minutes. 60-mile-per-hour wind and nickel-sized hail are the hazards here. Nickel size is 0.88 inches in diameter. If you guys have hail reports, we'll take them as well, but we're looking for a lot of damaging wind reports this evening. Again, please do not flood our inbox with comments or questions. Just keep those confined to yourself. We'll take your damage reports so we can send those over to the National Weather Service as soon as possible so they can submit that as an official damage report. Macomb County, these winds are now into your vicinity. The rain is looking a lot less impressive here. Again, we are flipping it back and forth between velocity and your rain radar, your base reflectivity radar. Anytime you see on your base reflectivity radar these pockets of reds and pinks, that's your very heavy rain. You get to the yellows and the greens and the blues, that's more of your lighter rain. And in some cases, you can actually see outflow boundaries, which is where the wind is actually located with this line of storms. So right now, as you can see, it's very light. You can only usually see it when you're close to the radar site, but Montrose to Mount Morris turns at Lapeer and heads down along this line. And it also sticks out ahead of the precipitation to St. Clair Shores and Fraser, and then down into these cells in the Tecumseh area. That's Tecumseh, Ontario at the current time. So outflow boundary is where the wind is at, and then you have the rain that is right behind it in tow. So don't be shocked if the wind approaches before the rain with these storms here across the Metro Detroit area.
Joel, I'm gonna break for dinner, and then when I get done, I can cover you through the end if you want to have something.
Sounds good. I'll take you off the screen. Yeah, if you guys are new here, again, welcome. We do this all the time at Michigan Storm Chasers. We've been around actually since 2022, and a lot of you guys that are new here are like, where have you guys been all my life? We wish we would find you earlier. That's okay. No worries, we're here now. And so hitting that follow button, you'll never miss another severe weather event ever again here in the state of Michigan. When we tell you we got you covered from beginning to end, we truly mean it. We have not missed a single severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning in the state of Michigan dating back to late 2023. Yes, that is every single warning in the state of Michigan, all 83 counties we've covered, dating back through late 2023 when we really started taking off and doing these live streams full time. So if you're new here, we'd love to have you as a follower. Severe weather at the push of a button on your phone. Love to have you. Also, 3 years in the making, but we do have a weather app coming out soon within the next several days here. We're waiting on one more update and bug fix, I think, from our developers. And then we are waiting for it to be pushed out to the App Store and the Google Play Store. Once those are pushed out, it'll be officially on the App Store. We'll let you know when that is, of course. And again, going forward, those live streams will also be on our new MSC app when it is released. So we're excited to release that soon. And again, we're glad to have you. Also, we're here for you beginning, during, and of course after the storms. If you guys have damage reports, we'd appreciate them. We'll send them over. We'll try to get those surveyed. And we're here for you personally. When it comes to damage today, if you guys had tree damage, you need restoration done due to flooding, exterior home construction, if you need your roof fixed from a tree that might have fallen in, you'll notice right below me at the bottom of the screen, those trusted partners are there for a reason. They are licensed, they are insured, and they all cover different portions of the state of Michigan. And so at the end of the stream, if you would like to find out who our trusted partners are word by word and which side of the state they cover, stick around. We'll shout them out at the end. And those are the trusted partners down there at the bottom of the screen that you should turn to when severe weather does strike your neighborhood, your house, your property. Don't table through those shady ads on your community Facebook group. Turn to the trusted partners that are listed down there at the bottom of the screen. And of course, as mentioned, at the end of the stream, once the severe weather is done here, we'll shout them out. But for now, we are still in severe weather ops. Lapeer, These winds are approaching you guys right now in the next 2 minutes. Metamora right now. Leonard down to you guys in the next 3 minutes. Romeo, Rochester, and Shelby. Romeo within the next 6 minutes or so. Shelby within the next 2. Rochester, it's happening now. Utica happening within the next minute, as well as Katy and Sterling Heights. Over towards Mount Clemens, New Baltimore, New Haven, closer in the next 5 to 10 minutes. I know I might be conflicting with the warning text I read off. But again, that is a pretty powerful outflow boundary, as you can see here, along that blue line in the bottom or in the center of your screen here on radar. And again, it keeps switching between velocity and reflectivity radar. So the wind radar and the intensity of the rain radar. We are well over 150,000 power outages, I believe, in the state of Michigan this evening. Let me double check. Oh, we jumped significantly. Because it's moving into more populated areas, there's a lot more customers now being impacted by power outages. We are now closing in on the 250,000 mark for power outages in the state of Michigan. Leading the way, outages by county, it's actually Berrien County in southwest Michigan from earlier today. Up next, we have Kalamazoo County at 19,000, Ingham County 18,005, Van Buren County 17,000, and Jackson County rounding out the top 5 at 15,400. Wayne County now also picking up a lot of outages at 14,107. But yeah, you guys right now in Macomb County, you guys are likely seeing that wind without the rain. That outflow boundary has actually lunged ahead of this main precipitation band. The only place where the rain and the wind is occurring at the same time is kind of out here in the Lake Orion area near Leonard, because the outflow boundary does dip back in, and then it goes back to the north here near Lapeer up towards Otisville at the current time. So as it stands, severe weather is continuing here in southeast Michigan. Monroe County, good news for you guys. If you guys are listening right now, you can come out of your shelter. The severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped. It continues for far eastern Wayne County. It has been trimmed. So Plymouth, Livonia, Westland, Sheldon, Wayne, Romulus, the airport at Detroit, Belleville, New Boston down towards Willow, and Carlton. You guys are in the clear now. The severe thunderstorm warning box does not include you guys. Remember, zooming out, looking at all these orange boxes on the screen, those are your severe thunderstorm warnings. I just realized I forgot to read the information for the Lapeer one. I do apologize. Lapeer County, you guys are in effect until 7:45. At 6:45, severe thunderstorms are located from Hadley to Ortonville to Oxford, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are radar indicated here. Damage to roof standing trees is possible. Time is currently 6:55, so this should be in the Dryden area now. Imlay City and Almont around 7, and Lum around 7:05. In the severe thunderstorm warning, there's also Goodland Township, Kings Mill, Attica, Elba, and Thornville. For protection, move to interior room on the lowest floor of the building. And again, you do not ultimately want to be next to an exterior wall or a window when these winds come crashing in, because then you'll be tasting glass for the next 24 hours, and that's no fun. So again, make sure you're well into the inside room of your house as you can get, and stay there until these orange polygons are done for your neck of the woods. Again, the warnings are in effect right now for the following counties: Southern Lapeer, all of Macomb, Eastern Oakland, and Eastern Wayne. Those 4 counties, portions of those 4 counties, those are where the orange boxes are at. If you know you are not in one of those areas, then you are in the clear. You are good for now. The only counties that need to be on alert coming soon would be perhaps southern Sanilac and all of St. Clair counties, as these severe thunderstorms are heading still your way. Behind that, it's just kind of normal rain at the current time. Also, I want to point out there was a 66-mile-per-hour gust earlier in East Lansing at a Mesonet station there. So that is one of our highest gusts of the day that we've seen. Flood advisory has been issued for Houghton and Iron. Friendly reminder that there are still storms ongoing up here. It's mainly just rain, a little bit of light hail ongoing at the current time, but that is, I believe that formed off the lake breeze. No severe weather up there today. There's been a couple of statements for nickel-sized hail and 50-mile-per-hour winds. It was very close to going severe, and at the current time, nothing really close to it, although the wind gusts up here in Iron County in the Upper Peninsula are pretty strong, and you can see why. These storms are slow moving off to the south about 15 miles per hour, and so flooding is possible. Also, I won't ignore this. There are a couple more storms over here in Illinois and Iowa and Wisconsin. Not sure if they're going to make it over into southwest Michigan, but they do bode watching as they move over into southwest Michigan, perhaps later tonight. I know you guys in southwest Michigan are saying, please no more. I know all week you guys have been dealing with the heat, and you're wondering where your storms are at. Now you got them today. And now with that high pressure system breaking down, now we're in the kind of line of fire for rain and storms over the next several days here throughout the holiday weekend. So storms are possible again tomorrow here in the state of Michigan, as well as on Sunday. And sadly, unfortunately for Sunday, it's looking like it's going to be more of a washout now for your Sunday time frame as a low pressure system kind of stalls across the area and provides a bunch of rain for us. So keep that in mind. Just texting some of our staff behind the scenes right now. Give me 1 second. I'm also sweating like crazy right now. This room is hot. Winds continue in the Warren and St. Clair Shores area, as well as Grosse Pointe Farms. The main wind gust, though, main line of wind right now is in Mount Clemens and St. Clair Haven. Still just outside of New Haven, New Baltimore. We still do have a weather camera planned soon for the New Haven area. We're excited to show that off at some point. Romeo, you've got about 3 or so minutes. Same thing with Elmont, Inlay City, the next 5. And then you kind of get out here where the winds are maybe just below severe limit into the Lapeer area. If you have a weather station in Lapeer, we'd love to know how windy they are exactly. But at the current time, this northern half of the line is starting to fall apart just a little bit more in the Lapeer area as it continues off to the east, east, northeast. A lot of power outages coming into Wayne County now. We just jumped over the 250,000 mark. 287,242. Wayne County now leads the way with 38,000 without power. So if you're losing power in Wayne County, it's no surprise there. There's actually 2 pockets of wind. You had the main line, but you also have that secondary line in the Grosse Pointe area right now in far eastern Wayne County that is being impacted by these severe winds. Also, all up in pretty much all of southern Macomb County right now. Let's see, we'll go with 24 Mile Road and points south from there, while also to the west of Fairchild Road. That is kind of your border right now for where all of these winds are existing in Macomb County. They're also up into the Leonard area. There's your latest update. They are now in Romeo and Almont, as well as up into Dryden and Imlay City. I don't think we'll get to 500,000 outages. We'll probably get to 300,000 though, as these winds continue into Macomb County and eventually St. Clair County. But I don't know about 500,000. It takes quite the storm, like an ice storm or an even stronger wind event. Today was kind of a mid-range severe weather event, and we may, especially if we had a couple of those 75-mile-per-hour gusts mix in, we might have reached derecho criteria. Again, derecho is not classified till after the event, but this line of wind started way back in central Illinois, and as long as it went 250 miles, if it continues over into Ontario, perhaps Ohio as well, no gaps in between, we could see this result in a derecho being confirmed. Again, that's the criteria you need. It's basically like a giant, long-lasting windstorm. That's all you need to know about a derecho. It's just a classification for it. You need to go 250 miles in length. You need multiple 75-mile-per-hour wind reports along the way, just kind of scattered throughout, and it needs to be consistent damage. There can't be any gaps in the line. And the line also has to be about 60 miles wide, which obviously is here in southern Michigan. So we'll see. The National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center has the ultimate say, but it's been pretty close in terms of the criteria so far out there today. We had a couple. We did have a 79-mile-per-hour report in the Kalamazoo area early on. That's actually resulted in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which, if you guys remember, is a level 3 of 3 severe thunderstorm warning. Just watch people biking, having to ditch off of the Metro Parkway bike path. Gusts arise way ahead of the clouds. I wish people were more informed. I tried to spread to your channel over. Thank you very much. Yeah, we do our best. We wish we could reach all 100 or 10 million Michiganders, but unfortunately we only have, a million of us, a million of you guys following, which is still 10% of the state. So 10% of you are more weather aware than the other 9% of you guys. So if you follow along, you'll never be out of the loop when it comes to a severe weather event ever again here in the state of Michigan. But yeah, we do appreciate you guys liking and sharing. It all helps out. Ultimately, we are here for you guys. We want to make sure that you guys are getting this severe weather information as quickly as possible. And again, we can't do it without you guys either. So anytime you have damage reports to submit to us, we appreciate those so we know it's actually confirmed on the servers. Because we can look at radar all day and we can say, oh yeah, we're seeing 70-mile-per-hour winds on radar right now. Absolutely, but we're only getting scans every 3 minutes. Ground truth helps so very much. And again, when we get our MSC weather app out, it's going to be awesome because we're going to be able to see your reports come in on our dashboard, geotagged, the direction you're looking for this damage report, and it'll show a bunch of other different statistics. So we're excited to debut that soon. But for now, obviously, your reports do matter. Getting those into us any way possible, whether that's direct message, our Discord server, or our Michigan Weather Reports group on Facebook, anything helps. And be specific when you are reporting these damage reports, especially for damaging winds, what you guys are seeing. Something we did find out from the National Weather Service office is when a tree falls, if you guys have tree damage, they do want to know whether or not that tree was healthy or rotted. Because sometimes, if the tree's rotted, it's a lot easier for it to, fall down. So if it's a healthy tree, it's a lot harder to get that to break. And so determining whether or not it's a healthy or rotted tree, a lot of people don't know that. But the National Weather Service does appreciate any reports for wind damage that tell you, or if you can tell them, whether or not that tree was healthy in nature. So spread that word far and wide. I know we have, a million of you guys following us here at MSC, but I think out of our 1 million followers or so, maybe only 5% of you guys know that. So keep that in mind. If you learned something today, there's another thing you can learn. Going back to our radar here, we are waiting for a new scan. We're getting it in. There we go. There's a new scan. They're 5 minutes apart right now, so they're not in rapid scan mode right now, which kind of stinks, but the theme is still the same. It is still damaging winds. These warnings are level 1 at the current time. And we're almost through it here, but the new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued by the National Weather Service in Detroit for all of St. Clair County until 8 p.m. At 7 p.m., severe thunderstorms are located along the line extending from near Dryden to near Romeo to St. Clair Shores, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Hazard, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. Radar indicated tree damage or damage to roof, siding, and trees is possible. Severe thunderstorms will be near New Baltimore around 7:10, Algonac, K-Pac, Harson's Island 7:15, Richmond and Memphis around 7:20, Marine City and Emmett around 7:25, St. Clair and Marysville around 7:35, and Port Huron around 7:45. Other locations in this severe thunderstorm warning include Anchorville, North Street, Adair, Lynn Township, Rattle Run, Goodell's, Brockway, Smiths Creek, Fairhaven, and Wadhams. I learned that last time. I remember that. Wadhams, also in that severe thunderstorm warning. For protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of the building. Good rule of thumb, if you're next to a bunch of trees and you don't have any interior rooms to take shelter in, jumping in a bathtub, covering yourself with pillows, blankets, mattresses is a good way to take shelter. So bathtub's not the best option, but it is an option no matter what. Now the good news is with this rain moving through, it does cool things down out there for sure. So it'll be a nice relief after this week of heat. I know you guys, especially over here in southeast Detroit, no rain all week because the high pressure system, it's like a big old protective bubble. You think it gets hot outside and you think that's recipe for storms. Not always. When it gets too hot, when the high pressure is so great in the atmosphere, that actually prevents storms from billowing up. And so we get this ridge that develops. You might have heard names like the Death Ridge or Ridge Riders earlier this week. It's when the storms go up and around the high pressure system. And so this week, here at Michigan Storm Chasers, we went live 8 different times for severe weather in northern Michigan, primarily north of US 10. If you guys know where US 10 is at, that's the highway that runs from Ludington over to Midland. Besides 1 or 2 events this week, all of our severe weather has been north of that line. Now, last night, obviously, we had severe weather down in southern Michigan. Actually, we didn't have severe warnings last night. We had special weather statements, but all the severe weather this week, north of US 10. Today, that ridge has finally kind of broken down. The high pressure is shrinking. It's falling apart. And so the ridge is starting to shift back south, and that's why we're able to get these systems moving through southern Michigan. So it's a trade-off. You know, we were baking all week. We were complaining about the heat all week. But again, that heat was actually preventing us from seeing this severe weather, believe it or not. And now here we are with that high pressure broken down. We got severe weather today. So that's kind of how it all came to be. And again, we've been tracking severe weather here, chances for Friday, since way back on Tuesday and Wednesday. So it's par for the course. Wayne County, good news. If you guys are tuning in, your severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. Appreciate you guys for tuning in and sticking with us throughout this event. A couple damage reports also coming in from southern Wayne County. Massive tree limbs scattered across the roads and yards. Lawn furniture also displaced. Cable lines down from the poles, as well as extreme damage. Multiple large tree branches down, ranging from 7 to 16 inches in diameter, and estimated winds of 65 in the Flat Rock area. That's a storm spotter report there, unofficial, of course. And there we go. There's our spike. Macomb County starting to get in on the outages now as it rolls through Romeo. You can see the outflow boundary here. Armada down to New Haven, New Baltimore getting impacted. Again, we don't have any weather cameras out here besides the one that's eventually coming in from New Haven. So if you're a business and listening right now, hint, hint, if you'd like to sponsor a weather camera, one-time cost, say it. We don't have many cameras out here in Macomb County. And again, we appreciate you. Also, St. Clair County, no wind yet unless you are in the Burrville area and just outside of K-Pac. About a minute or 2 away, maybe even less. Memphis and Emmett within the next 7 to 10 minutes as the crow flies here. But yeah, we just saw another spike in power outages because it is hitting the most populated center of the state right now. We are at 324,639 outages. That's customers out as well. It's not individuals. So obviously there's a lot more individuals being covered. So think about all the families on one house. You know, our outages right now are probably impacting 500,000 or maybe even 750,000 people here in the state of Michigan. The counties that are hit the worst by percentage area were Van Buren at 43% without power, Hillsdale County 38% out, Berrien and Lenawee counties at 24% out at the current time. Wayne County has now spiked up to 9% without power. Washtenaw County 11.7%. So tons of outages coming in right now. Macomb County is starting to see a spike now here in central portions of the county. And we're now playing kind of the waiting game as we have to wait every 5 minutes for a new radar scan. Oh, why did I take Tyler's cam off the screen? I don't know why I did that. Oh no. I thought I had Tyler back up there. I guess I didn't. Not bad. On radar, we're showing you guys the velocity radar right now. So when those reds change over to the yellows, which is basically this entire line, that is a sign of 60 to maybe 65 mile per hour winds. It's definitely a lot weaker than it used to be, but again, we're still seeing a lot of these brighter reds change into yellows out here. So I would not be surprised if it's bona fide 60 mile per hour winds rolling through right now. Central and northern Macomb County. Winds are stretching all the way north to about 3 miles north of Imlay City into Lum. I don't think Sanilac County is going to get a warning. I think at the most maybe a special weather statement for some gusty winds rolling through, but again, the precipitation is dwindling and the outflow boundary is becoming more east to west oriented at the current time. So we'll see. National Weather Service Detroit may have other plans for it at the current time, but yeah, check it out. We'll go back to the west here. If you're watching in West Michigan, the rain is starting to clear out. If we can get out of the area, we may have a nice opening for your holiday festivities tonight. Now, again, if you do have outages in your area and you have plans at your house this weekend without generator, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there could be multi-day outages here for you guys, especially since we are now, dare I refresh it, it has not updated, 324,000 people without power in the state of Michigan. That's one of our highest events here in a little bit. See a couple of you guys reporting nice and breezy in Lapeer County. That's pretty much all it's being chalked up to be at the current time. You guys are just being skirted by to the south. Go back to our reflectivity radar. I don't know if you guys can really see it anymore. But if you can see my mouse on the screen here, follow my mouse. That little light blue line there is your outflow boundary. So Otter Lake, Deerfield Township, down to Lum, down to Capac, down to Burrville, Armada, then it bends in at New Baltimore, New Haven. That is your wind line. The precipitation is actually situated back behind the wind. So the wind's going to approach you before the rain even does. And that's something to keep in mind here, especially if this is heading into St. Clair County, which it is. When you're looking at radar, especially if you have one of those free radar apps, the velocity radar, you don't usually have velocity radar on there, but if you see this little light blue line, that is actually where the wind is located within this line of storms. And so your wind is going to arrive even before the rain even approaches. And so sometimes a lot of people can get caught out in the elements unsuspectingly when an outflow boundary does move through. We see this all the time here in the state of Michigan. These outflow boundaries have unfortunately resulted in injury or worse. So again, if you are in the line of fire for these storms, especially now in St. Clair County where this line is approaching in, especially in the northwest corner, you'd be taking shelter inside away from trees if possible. Right. Yeah, it's 324,000 customers without power. And again, every customer is a household. So if you think about it, the average family of 3 or 4 outages, number of people affected by power outages this evening is probably at this point well over 500,000. I would imagine probably closer to 600,000 or 700,000 here across the state of Michigan. So we will have to check and see if the environment does favor redevelopment. Now, often on severe weather days, we have what's called the atmosphere getting overworked and all the instability just fizzles out. However, storms were already in central Illinois, southern Wisconsin earlier today. I mean, that was, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock this afternoon. That was only 6 hours ago, and the atmosphere is already recovered to where we have tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings right now in northern Illinois. So we'll have to wait and see. The thing that is favoring lesser severe weather here in the state of Michigan later tonight is the fact that it is, eventually becoming nighttime. We have lost those peak heating hours. So when those storms moved out of Illinois, it was still 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Peak heating's around 4 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon into early evening. And so they're able to kind of recover back there. Whereas here in Michigan, the rain is still falling here across portions of central and southern lower Michigan. Cloud cover still there. Not a whole lot of sun fueling the atmosphere once again for severe weather. So it's going to be hard for us to get severe weather back to back like this, especially since we haven't had much peak heating intensify. I would say if anyone, it's going to be for Southwest Michigan, Berrien, Van Buren, Cass again, since they saw the sunlight first. If there is even sunlight down there right now, I haven't checked satellite. But again, peak heating started earlier down there.
Hi, Joel.
Chandler's back.
I have returned.
Welcome back. I gotta find your camera again.
I was gonna say, just take your time.
Yep. Are we wearing the same shirt today?
Is it the one that we wore for the Memorial Day parade?
Yeah.
Then yes, it is.
Mhm.
Yes, it is.
I haven't worn that since the Memorial Day parade, and I just like, it's 4th of July.
Yeah, that was kind of my thought process as well. I brought a shirt to the office because I had to cut the grass here this morning, and I did not want to get my shirt that I was going to be in all day full of grass and debris.
Yep. Unintentionally planned it. Twins.
Now, if only my hair looked as good as yours, but it just it just ain't gonna happen with the hat on. So
My hair's starting to get greasy. I've been sitting in this room sweating for the last 4 hours next to my supercomputer here, so
yeah.
no AC. I don't know if you guys can hear it with my microphone on, but I have a tiny little fan that's kind of blowing into my mic, so I do apologize if it sounds windy through the microphone, I guess. But
Sarah said that Tyler is also wearing the same shirt.
nice.
It's classic.
Speaking of wind, again, this is all entering St. Clair County right now. This is about to leave Macomb County. I say Macomb County still probably got another 10 minutes or so. There's still a secondary pouch of wind out here on North Avenue near 30 Mile. Again, as a reminder, Wayne County, you guys are in the clear now. No more severe thunderstorm warning for you. Same thing for Oakland County. The orange boxes do denote who is still in a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is central and eastern Macomb, southeastern Lapeer, and all of St. Clair County. And the main hazard here is 60-mile-per-hour wind. They also have, for the St. Clair County severe thunderstorm warning, the addition of penny-sized hail possible, which is 0.75 inches in diameter. That's below severe limits, but still hail nonetheless. And again, it'll take any hail reports you guys got. But the main concern today has been indeed that damaging winds of 70 and confirmed report of 75 to 79 miles per hour at the Kalamazoo airport earlier on. If you guys were once again impacted by severe weather today, again, all of our trusted partners are rolling down there at the bottom of the screen, bottom right corner, right below our ASL interpreter, Caitlin. Appreciate her for helping out tonight, as well as Dawn. Again, if you are impacted at all by severe weather today, our trusted partners are ready and waiting for you guys at the dial of the phone numbers down there. And again, you may or may not know where some of these locations are. And so at the end of the stream, if this is for you guys, if you're impacted today and need service done for severe weather damage, our trusted partners are ready. And we'll read off where each side of the state these trusted partners are located. And as a reminder, these trusted partners, this list is fairly packed, but we still do have a couple spots open for our trusted partners if you would like to become one. And so Chandler is your contact. He's right below me there. Chandler at MichiganStormChasers.com.
Joel, we're up to 325,000 customers without power in the state of Michigan. Wayne County alone has almost 66,000.
Wayne County just spiked a bunch. Chandler, that number has updated. We are now at 400,000 customers without power in the state of Michigan.
Wow.
It's been a while since we've had a event of this magnitude. A lot of those outages, we just went from 8.9% to 11.2% in Wayne County. Macomb just doubled from 3,200 to 6,700. And St. Clair County has 96 customers without power as well. And so again, these are just customers without power. If you think all of, the 4, 5, 6 family households out there, we're probably talking, I would imagine, at least 700,000, maybe even 800,000 people without power this afternoon due to severe weather across southern Michigan. If you guys look at the poweroutage.us map right now, every single county south of 96 has some significant shading color to it due to at least 10% of every single county being without power. In fact, I am checking here. Besides, looking. Yeah, besides Livingston and Allegan County, over 10% of every single county south of 96, that's fully south of 96, does have 10% or more without power, if that makes sense. So a lot of outages out there today. And again, 400,000 customers without power with this severe event here on July 3rd, 2026. It's nature's fireworks as we head into the holiday weekend and not our own. So we saw a lot of those fireworks, nature's fireworks last night with the lightning, and today it's more of the damaging wind. For those who are still watching, can you guys spot the outflow boundary on radar? If so, that is where your wind is at. We'll switch it over to velocity to kind of maybe pick it out a little bit better there. That lead faint line that stretches from North Branch to about 4 miles south of Brown City down to Emmett in Memphis, bends in a little bit in Richmond, and then pulses out to the Algonac, Fairhaven, and Pearl Beach area. That is your outflow boundary where the heaviest of the winds are currently at right now. The tornado chances today were, from us here at MSC, 1 to 3%. Storm Prediction Center had 0. Our main concern today was damaging winds, and those did definitely validate. Again, we're getting a lot of damage reports coming in right now. Organization is key. If you guys have damage to report, time, location, as specific as possible, and a little bit of brief text on what you're seeing is appreciated when you guys are sending in these damage reports. We'll send these over to the National Alert Service in Detroit or Grand Rapids, or if you're down here in Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph Branch, or Hillsdale County, that damage does head over to the National Alert Service in northern Indiana. I will say this line is definitely weakening. This is basically a gusty line of showers at this point. It's not really much thunderstorms. It's just a gusty line of showers. But National Weather Service in Detroit still depicting that these winds are around severe limits. Chandler, I would love to go and refill my water bottle real quick. Take a 2-minute break if you would like to take over briefly.
Yeah, for whatever reason, my weather-wise is being goofy. Give me 5 seconds to change my settings around here,
All good.
and then I am happy to. I never turned off all of my fire and heat advisories and warnings and everything like that. So I was lit up like a Christmas tree and had no reason why.
How many times have we used that phrase today?
What?
Me, you, and Ryan all used that lit up like a Christmas tree phrase today.
Maybe it's just in the air, lit up like a 4th of July firework, maybe?
It's true. Also, Christmas in July is technically July 25th. We're in that month now.
Well. Could be some other exciting news coming towards the end of the month, perhaps, that I can't share. Or can I?
Do I know about it?
Kinda.
I guess text me because maybe I don't know.
You would know if I said something about it. But
Okay.
yeah, I'm good. I've got my stuff up. Whatever. So
Okay. There you go. There's the orange severe thunderstorm warning boxes on Chandler's radar.
all right. Y'all are stuck with me in my screen control. So everybody give a big round of applause to Joel. He has done great over the last 4 hours now. Again, we want to thank all of our moderators and Don, Katie as well for doing the ASL translating. It is one of, in my opinion, one of my favorite things that we do is try and make everything accessible, because we believe that life-saving information should be available to everyone. So we're just kind of watching these last 2 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. The one for Lapeer County is set to expire in 18 minutes. And then the one for St. Clair County as well looks to expire in the next 30 minutes or so. These are going to be for 60-mile-an-hour winds and the potential for 3/4 of an inch size or similar hail. Behind that, just rain. Kind of a soggy 4th of July evening if you're on the east side of the state. Otherwise, that's pretty much it for the most part. There's some thunderstorm activity north of and on the Highway 2 corridor in the UP, over towards the Escanaba area. Some light stratiform rain in northern Lower Peninsula. For those of you who are watching from northern Michigan, we will be in Escanaba at the UP State Fair. That is August 16th through 23rd, I believe. So make sure you come say hello. We would love to meet you. But our focus is down here is in St. Clair County, as well as Lapeer County. The one for Macomb County is in effect until 7:45. I would expect that to run out either slightly sooner, or right on the dot at 7:45. Again, we have some gustier winds out there. They've been working their way across the state. Started around mid-afternoon in the southwest portion of the state and are working their way back this way. Thank you, Joel. I was gonna say, I was just looking at it. I was like, oh man, I was hoping that chat was gonna get caught up, and then you moved it. So, thank you. Yeah, everything that we're watching now is just in the Lapeer and St. Clair and Macomb counties right now. Everything 60-mile-an-hour winds, 3/4 of an inch hail is radar indicated. We've been having a ton of reports coming in from you guys, the viewers. Thank you so much for sending everything in. It gives us a great eye on the ground to be able to see everything, and it allows us to report a little bit more accurately, and most importantly, send the information that you folks are sending in to us, to the National Weather Service, so they can make sure their warnings and everything are accurate. Everything that's going on in the state right now is what you can see. So if your weather apps are telling you one thing, I would encourage you to look at the screen and use your critical thinking abilities to figure out if the weather app is going to be correct or not. We're seeing an area of kind of light to moderate rain behind what's left of this wind segment here, but there still are some wind gusts out there, I'm sure. They continue to move across St. Clair County. They've almost exited Macomb County. Let's take a look at velocities here. As they get further away from the radar station, usually we do see them pick up in intensity just a little bit. All the way out here into St. Clair County, we are still seeing the potential for some 60-mile-an-hour winds, as indicated by radar. Some pockets of 60 to 65, even 70 miles an hour are not impossible over the next 30 minutes or so. But if you're seeing that, let us know. We want to know. We want to know what you're seeing. You can send us a message on our Facebook page with a video or some pictures or just a general report. If you do send us any hail pictures or videos, make sure to either use a ruler or a coin so we can see the approximate size, because sometimes we're good at the weather, but we're not always good at guessing hail size. Rest of the state for now, pretty clear. You can see some light, maybe sprinkles or rain showers out on the west side of the state, but overall on the west side, it should be a really good night for fireworks and other 4th of July activities.
Fingers crossed.
The good news is the severe weather is almost exited the state right now. Just notice these little pop-up showers over the Huron area, Saginaw Bay area. Hopefully those continue to do nothing, but broad look, I mean, with the exception of what we have going on in eastern Michigan, not a lot of other stuff happening right now. So
Lower Peninsula also getting drenched on this evening. You guys are up there. Slow moving storms and a couple flood advisories in effect up there at the current time. Again, we're getting a lot of people telling us that we had a tornado there, tornado there. This had to be a tornado because of the damage, because of the wind that came through. Again, you guys got to realize damaging winds can do just as much damage as a weak tornado.
Joel, you're muted. Can't hear you, buddy.
My bad. I was muted in behind the scenes chat. I was not muted for the stream.
Gotcha.
My bad. But yeah, a lot of people are saying, this had to be a tornado here. This had to be a tornado there. There's no way just damaging winds can do that. Again, you guys got to remember 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. That's the equivalent of a strong EF0 to maybe even a weak EF1 tornado, especially if it gets above 85. So, especially since that's spread out along a long distance, you get some rotted trees that mix in. Again, you can get a lot of damage that comes down. So, again, not all wind damage is tornadic. And we're likely probably not going to get a single tornado from this event, I would imagine. I have not seen anything, unless something comes in from Mason County where there was a tornado warning earlier. I've not seen much in the way of rotation at all today. Don't forget space weather tonight. Oh, I can hardly wait.
Ew. That is true, Joel. The sun is doing sun things currently. Has been for most of the day.
Goodness.
If any of you are still watching from the Lansing area, we will be in the Lansing 4th of July parade tomorrow. Come say hello. We might throw candy at you, throw some candy at us. See what happens.
Lapeer County, you guys are in the clear officially. Severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped. Macomb County, you've got 9 minutes left on your warning. St. Clair, 24 minutes left. That's all of St. Clair County. For Macomb, it's just for the eastern half. As a reminder, the hazards here are 60 mile per hour wind gusts. As a reminder for St. Clair County, also penny-sized hail possible. At this point, these aren't really thunderstorms. These are just showers with a little bit of wind associated with them. I would imagine we may even get these warnings canceled a little bit early. But again, we've seen just the significant amount of tree damage has been coming down. Even here in Macomb and Wayne and Oakland counties, I mean, we have a ton of outages coming in right now from even just these winds that were maybe just borderline severe. So, oh, my camera's crashed. But yeah, these
What happened?
my easy station crashed. That's okay.
Which one do you want up? I'll get it.
No, it's fine. We don't have any cameras out here, unfortunately. Again, if you're in St. Clair County, we don't have any cameras. Oh wait, we do. We have a new one. Surpro in Wadhams. It might say Port Huron still, but I think it's going to be under Wadhams.
I got it. It is up if you want to pull it.
I forgot this is like our newest weather camera, again, courtesy of ServPro. ServPro is also one of our trusted partners here at Michigan Storm Chasers. Appreciate them for always supporting what we do. And you can see right there at the center of the screen, that's probably the heaviest downpour we still have left, and it just so happens to be heading straight for our camera. You can see how it gets nice and hazy there at the center of the screen. That is your core of rain and perhaps a little bit of hail in there with the white shading on it. And Macomb County, if I flip it back to radar just really quickly before I go back to the weather camera, Macomb County, you'll notice something. The polygon, it's gone. The orange polygon has been removed. The severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped 7 minutes early as the wind has now left the county.
Woohoo.
We're down to 1. Or as I say, and then there were 1.
And then we all get to light fireworks.
Yep, then we all get to go and enjoy the rest of our evening, hopefully. And again, we'll be watching storms out here in northern Illinois later tonight, but I think we'll be able to be in the clear. I need to check satellite because I want to see if it's actually clearing up behind here.
Can
It
you
does.
can you take it off my camera so I can
Yes.
thank you.
Yep.
For those of you watching, Joel and Ryan each have 4 monitors apiece, and I have 2. So when you see something on my computer screen, I have the live stream over here and what I'm showing over here, and I don't have the luxury of bouncing around.
Mhm. Two things. It is clearing out. There is some clearing start to happening in West Michigan. We may have some clear skies out there in West Michigan tonight. It looks like a lot of us are still going to be cloudy for evening festivities, but again, West Michigan looks like it's starting to clear out before, of course, more clouds, move in with the stuff coming later. Second, I just want to make sure that it's still coming through. Are you guys still hearing the sound from those notifications on the bottom of the screen? Let us know in chat. That flood advisory that just came in. Should have been a singular chime.
Yeah, it was a flood advisory. That was it.
I just wanted to know if the viewers can hear it. Because again, on my end, I turned off a setting that stops the duplication of the sound, but I also now can't hear the sound on my end. So anytime there's a warning that pops in, I don't know unless I'm looking at the actual streaming software.
It was a single.
Okay, cool. Yep, looks like chat says yes. Cool. Yeah. And I will say this: if you guys have sent in, I do apologize. I know some of you guys have probably sent super chats and have already left the stream, but if you guys have sent in super chats tonight, we will read those off here at the end of the stream. Give you guys your much needed shout out. That's the two things we do at the end of every single stream. Is once we get the time to do so, we'll shout you guys out. We're also going to be shouting out our trusted partners, so stick around for that. If anything, that wind is probably entering Wadhams right now. It's tough to tell. We can't really see the outflow boundary anymore because it's a little too far away from the radar, but the outflow boundary extends all the way up towards Melvin and Brown City, probably entering Peck even, I would imagine. And also down into Marysville and St. Clair at the current time. Oh no, we just got rid of all of our people who donated jewels. Oh, that stinks.
Darn it.
If you guys sent in jewels, thank you guys so much. I think we're just gonna do the super chats though for tonight, just to read them off. But again, if you did donate jewels over here on YouTube, thank you. Appreciate you guys for your support. We're almost there. Then we can take our nice deep breath. Current time down there at the bottom of the screen, 7:41 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Joel Fritzman at the top of your screen, alongside Chandler, Vice President of Operations and Growth Director. And we're the Michigan Storm Chasers, your most trusted network for weather happenings in the state of Michigan, especially when it comes to severe weather. If you're new here, we'd love to have you as a follower. Hit that follow button, or if you're watching on YouTube, that subscribe button is free to do. Let's be your new source of severe weather coverage at the click of a button, especially in the day and age where social media is everywhere. Again, no TV subscription to watch us. So appreciate you guys for tuning in and hanging out with us this afternoon, I should say. We've been live, Chandler, for 4.5 hours now. And honestly, we thought it was going to go a lot slower, I guess, especially given that severe thunderstorm watch was supposed to be in effect till 10 p.m. And we're approaching 8 o'clock here, and these storms are pretty much out of the state.
We've believe it or not, we've got sun ongoing back here at HQ.
Do you have a live cam to show, or are you just saying that?
I do. No, I do.
It's much better than the rocking and rolling we saw about 3 hours ago.
Yeah. It's gonna be a nice evening. Everybody's fields got a little watered.
Did they pick up that
Yards
tree out
and
there?
gardens got a little water.
Did they pick up the tree, Chandler? Or is that still down?
Yeah, they got it.
They or you?
I mean, Es no me. Just like moving the camera, you know?
Yeah, here comes your clearing. It's beautiful. Probably going to have a good sunset tonight as well, I would imagine, for especially a lot of people in West Michigan and Northern Michigan.
Mm-hmm. Good question here, Joel. How's tomorrow looking? It's 4th of July tomorrow. 250.
I know. Tomorrow we're gonna have those popcorn storms. Not really gonna be much of a front tomorrow that kind of pushes through, but at the current time, at least the models when I last checked them earlier today, pop-up storms are possible, especially along and south of US 10, which is all of southern, central, and in fact, most of Michigan tomorrow is in the thunderstorm category. Pop-ups are possible anywhere, but the best chance at a very, very low-end severe risk. You know, as we mentioned before, these pulse thunderstorms we get in the middle of these hot summer days, you know, they got to go up. When they go up, they've got to come down at some point. Sometimes they come crashing down pretty violently, and when they do, it comes down as a downburst, as we say all the time here. And a downburst is wind spreading out in all different directions, which is why sometimes you can get wind damage facing to the west. It's not a tornado, it's just that the wind, when it comes straight down and goes out in all directions, you are on the west side of that downburst. So that's why sometimes with straight line wind damage, you can often get those periodic downbursts where the wind actually pushes your branches in the other direction. So it does make, you know, surveying tornadoes difficult, but that is something to keep in mind. And tomorrow's atmosphere is primed for those thunderstorms that blow up really quickly and then collapse down really quickly with gusts up to around 60 miles per hour. And maybe a couple cores tomorrow could see some half-inch to quarter-size hail. We'll see. I think tomorrow's going to be primarily wind, though. Speaking of wind, we did have a couple of wind gust reports. 53 miles per hour. That was reported at 7:18 at Selfridge. And 63 mile per hour report came in from the Chesterfield area, measured via handheld anemometer. Is the Port Huron camera doing anything of significance?
No. You can look if you'd like, but no.
I would love to look. The rainfall right there, center of the screen, it's about probably 2 minutes away. In fact, I'm surprised it's not already there. It looks like on radar it's over the camera in Wadhams.
It is raining slightly. It's hard to see, but you can see it.
Yeah. These cameras are
On my
really great.
screen.
As I say, these cameras are really great, and sometimes it doesn't pick up the smallest things really good, but you know, when it comes to Aurora, you know, those does really well. So far away light is its specialty. Very close up light, maybe not so much sometimes.
They're built in design just for us to be able to see far away weather, not close up weather.
It's
Was
for
that a
those.
power flash there? Was that lightning?
See, I thought I saw something too, but I don't know. Never mind. Our cameras are like those who have was it long distance vision? Not good with short things, but can see things that are really far away. I don't know what that's called.
Farsighted?
Yeah. Something like that. See a couple of you guys reporting mild wind gusts in St. Clair County. If there is going to be 60 mile per hour gusts right now, they'd be kind of south of St. Clair at the current time. You can see these yellows mixing in. Our storm motion vector right now is 264 at 33. Let me see if that does anything for the velocity. Not a whole lot. But I have a 65 mile per hour pixel on M29 here out at Clark Drive and Chamberlain Drive. That's right between St. Clair and Marine City. But again, that's 3,500 feet up, so we don't know if that's quite, sorry, I'll change over my radar. It's quite mixing down to the ground. Zooming in here in the white rectangle, that is what we're looking at for a pocket of strong to perhaps severe winds at the current time in St. Clair and Marine City. We will soon have our weather cameras back online on a designated website, designated dashboard for you guys to see. We're in the process of making progress on that, just like our weather app. Again, it is coming very, very soon. Of course, weather camera is not for rebroadcast, of course, but it'll be helpful for if you guys do have a weather camera in your neighborhood. Pull it up 24/7, 365, and you can kind of just watch it, binge watch it here at our expense. So coming soon, but right now, any weather cameras that we have are featured exclusively on Michigan Storm Chasers live streams and social media pages. Stumbling over my words here as we get to the end of the stream. Again, if you don't follow us on social media, our username on pretty much every single social media handle you can think of is at MI Storm Chasers. We are on Facebook, YouTube, X, Twitch TV, TikTok, Threads, Instagram. I think those are the big 7. I might be forgetting one. We also have a link tree available if you guys would like to support us. We have our link tree is in our Facebook bio, and that basically links to anything you need to know about us. So, yeah, if you guys would like to know more about our mission and what we do here at Michigan Storm Chasers, again, we do forecasts every day. It's not just severe weather coverage. It's not just storm chasing. We're a whole weather network, and so we're always busy 365 days a year. Again, our website is michiganstormchasers.com. If you guys never checked it out before, I highly encourage you to do so. Brand new website recently done by our friends at Ink Media. And again, you can also find ways to support the channel there and even get involved yourself. If you'd like to maybe perhaps sponsor a weather camera or maybe even try out to be a storm chaser here for MSC. We're about to be wrapped up here. The heaviest downpour that we see on radar is currently on I-69 where it meets up with I-94. It's basically on the west side of Port Huron, impacting Wadhams and Sparlingville at the current time. Also moving into Gardendale within the next 2 minutes or so. Sorry, not heavier, but lighter rain up towards Avoca and Yale. And the outflow boundary to the north has popped up a new cell in far northern Lapeer County, and that is about a mile south of Mayville. No concern for severe hazards at the current time with that. Same thing with these cells up here in the Port Austin area.
Are you nervous about anything going up by Port Austin?
We know from past experience, absolutely.
Not because anything bad's going to happen, it's just the thumb.
Yep.
The thumb is a magical place.
Wind also in Algonac. It's already pretty much through Algonac at the current time. I think it's just Port Huron and St. Clair being impacted at the current time. So again, you guys should already be in your shelter waiting for this line of gusty showers to be done. Again, it's not much in the way of thunderstorms at this point, just some gusty showers. While these winds move into Ontario, we'll go ahead and start off by thanking all of those who submitted super chats. Once again, if you submitted jewels, our thing reset so we can't see the people who submitted jewels. If you did submit jewels, thank you guys so much. Super chats, going back to the beginning here, we'll go ahead and read them off in order. We have I don't even know this username. I like back for month number 1 saying, hello, we are in Wayne County. We are having a great day. That's awesome to hear. Thank you very much. I like. Thank you for tuning in and staying weather aware with us today. Also, Nicholas G, back for month number 4 as a bronze member, saying thanks for your coverage on this holiday weekend. You're absolutely welcome. That's another thing to remember here at MSC is no matter the day of the year, whether it's a weekday, holiday, weekend day, we'll be live tracking severe weather if it does hit at an opportune time, especially 4 a.m. in the morning, like we sometimes often see here in the state of Michigan. So feel free to follow along. Oh, we have Keith K joining the team as a bronze member. Quake Cat, back for month number 23, as a silver member, saying a big thanks to MSC for keeping us informed and safe. You're absolutely welcome, Quake, and thank you for coming back for month number 23 as one of our longest term members here on YouTube. Also, Tommy0981 back for month number 22, right in Quake's heels, saying my go-to for everything Michigan weather. Thanks. And thank you, Tommy. We love to do what we do here. Again, we absolutely care for you guys, and we want to make sure you guys are getting the severe weather coverage that you need so that, especially on a weekend like this weekend, you are able to take your necessary precautions. And speaking of that, going forward, again, as if you guys are just tuning in, we should be in the all clear here, especially after 8:30 for your evening plans. We're continuing to watch a couple more storms over here in Wisconsin and Illinois, as well as a line of storms up in the Upper Peninsula is kind of just stalled out and producing a flooding threat. But for the most part, you know, it might be a little bit of a cloudier evening out there, but it'll feel nice compared to the last couple days. And again, some rebound of some sunlight right before sunset here in West Michigan. So we'll have a great evening out there of enjoyment with your friends and family here on this holiday weekend. And so thank you guys for tuning in on this holiday weekend with us. That's a great username. $5 super chat from Church of the Polygon saying, please like and share to boost this stream. Respect the Polygon with the hands clap emoji. Yeah, if you guys missed it, if you need a way to remember if you're in a severe warning or not, come on to the MSC stream, take a look at the radar, and if you see your counties in that orange box, or sometimes that red box where that tornado warning would be in effect, you are in the threat of, I guess you'd say, danger for severe weather. And so right now, if you're in St. Clair County, as you can see, that is the only severe thunderstorm warning in effect. At the most, is in effect for another 5 more minutes. So it's expiring here at the top of the hour. Heavy downpour right now, ongoing in Gardendale and Port Huron. But yes, respect the Polygon. Thank you very much, Church of the Polygon, for that super chat. Also, Fizzy Iazi, $4.99 super chat, saying Selkirk Lake going to get hit tonight. Hopefully you're able to find out the information you need there. Again, we appreciate you guys' support. Sometimes we can't answer those specific location questions, even if you guys do send in a super chat. But again, we do hope you're able to follow along this evening. We have Joseph E. and Jill B. becoming bronze members. E.T. Whisperer with a $5 super chat asking about portage earlier. Trees down, no power. Are we safe now? Yeah, you guys are good for the rest of the evening here on the 3rd of July. Also, Railroad Ralph, $10 super chat. Church of the Polygon with a $2 super chat saying, glad you're safe, Dawn. Appreciate that very much. And Dawn is absolutely safe. She's back with us signing at the bottom of the screen there. Appreciate her for her help tonight, as well as Caitlin, that was also jumping in from time to time. Also, Misplaced Texan, welcome to the bronze membership. One of our moderators, Rise Against, back from month number 18, saying, stay safe, chat. Hoping to enjoy fireworks still. And we absolutely hope you guys are able to tonight, even in some cooler weather. It's perfect, honestly. Green F, back for month number 11, saying Clinton in Lenawee is a city. Township is in Macomb. Thank you very much, Green F. Patrice G, back from month number 25 as a bronze member, saying, I am so thankful for all of you. We're thankful for you too as well, Patrice. Thanks for coming back from month number 25. Respect the Polygon, back in here with a $2 super chat saying, respect the Polygon. Got Essence, $9.99 super chat. Checking in from the Onondaga Mason area earlier. Hopefully you're able to stay safe there. You guys are good now, of course. Adam G joined the team as a bronze member. Judy W, $5 super chat saying, thank you, Joel, Ryan, Chandler, Dawn, for keeping us safe from Garden City, checking in. Thank you for checking in from Garden City tonight, Judy. Appreciate your support. We're happy to do it for you guys. Lisa H, $4.99 super chat, also saying thank you for everything you do, keeping us safe. You're welcome, Lisa. Dory, 137, 199 super chat saying great for y'all. Absolutely. Thank you, Dory, for that. Hollytown, joined the team as a bronze member. We have Nick, N-I-C-H, spelled that way, saying thank you guys. 199 super chat. Bob H, Oakland County Sheriff's been notified. First they heard. Thank you very much, Bob, for passing along our information tonight. Also, Jules B, 499 super chat, saying thank you. One of our storm chasers, Evan Heemstra, gifting 10 memberships to those who are subscribed for free on YouTube. So again, if you're on YouTube, check your account. You may have been gifted courtesy of Evan. Mountain joining the team as a bronze member. Your dad's dad, 499 super chat, saying new here, never noticed your sign language interpreter. Thank you for being inclusive with the heart emoji. You're absolutely welcome, your dad's dad, and welcome to our streams here at MSC. We're thankful to have Caitlin and Dawn with us here. Mountain sending in $27.99 in Canadian dollars. Thank you very much, Mountain. Mary C, back from month number 2 as a gold member, saying loving this weather, especially with no AC. Thank you very much, Mary C. And yeah, tonight's a little bit of relief. And of course, thank you for becoming a gold member. And for those who are curious about those levels, the bronze, silver, and gold, if you're a gold member, we do have a a monthly newsletter that comes out every month. Our June one, I believe, is either out or is going to be out soon. Hand up for accountability. I still need to get mine in, my little segment. So I know Chandler's probably going to yell at me for that, but that's okay. I'm going to have
what?
my little portion of the newsletter I got to type up still. So
I should send mine in.
I'm going to yell at you.
I do have it typed up. I just need to send it in.
Yeah, so we'll get that over. If you guys are a gold member here at MSC, whether it's on Patreon or Discord or here on YouTube, we'll send in our monthly newsletter. So that way you kind of have a little bit of a fun behind the scenes look at what we've been up to here at MSC. So just a way to stay involved. D-Mazy, I think is how it's pronounced. Welcome to the team as a bronze member. Laura Key, back from month number 20, saying winds are crazy in Dearborn. We absolutely saw that. You saw that on Chandler's camera there earlier. We were showing that off. We saw a little bit of that dust too. Miss Elizabeth, back from month number 21, is a bronze member. Biz, $7.77 chat, saying thanks all, stay safe. You as well. Tracy V, back from number 6, saying appreciate you all. Zimzum, $5 super chat, saying the wind really picked up in Metamora, raining pretty good. Absolutely, it's kind of been like that for everyone across Southern Michigan tonight. Appreciate your support as well. Miss Elizabeth, also gifting 5 gifted memberships for those who are subscribed on YouTube. Noli Fresh, $19.99 super chat. Looks like another one in the books for me. Thank you for all you do. No problem, Noli, and thank you for tuning in tonight. I don't know if you're still watching, but appreciate you for tuning in. DeFortes, $10 super chat, saying excellent coverage again. What a great team. Couldn't do it without you guys, the public. Thank you guys for tuning in as well. And again, we are happy to do what we do for you guys in the name of safety. Chandler, I see your super chat. Is Chill Bill happening or what?
The people want to know. What can I say?
Mm-hmm.
It's me. I'm the people.
It's me. Sorry, that's Taylor Swift. My girlfriend would be so proud of me right now. I don't know if she's watching. She's probably not watching, but that's okay.
Moving on.
Moving on, yes. Fun Times, one of our moderators, $50 super chat, saying, starting the beginning of the weather balloon fun, heart emoji. Great job to all of the MSC crew, staff, and chasers. Happy 4th of July, everyone. Stay safe. Have fun celebrating. Hope everyone is staying safe after today. Hashtag ChillBill merch and hashtag Topinaby. Fun Times hitting all the most important bullet points here, all of our inside jokes that we have. If you guys are new here, you guys will pick up on some of the inside jokes stream after stream. Some of the people that have been followers for 2 or 3 years now, they're still picking up on some of the stuff, so don't worry about it. One of them here, I guess we'll give you an insight, is every time we go to eat, sometimes severe weather happens. It usually happens a lot, especially with Ryan and I. One of us goes to eat and then a warning happens, so that's one of our inside jokes. One of our moderators, Julie. Oh yeah, I should go ahead and elaborate on that. We do launch weather balloons here at MSC. So going back to the weather balloon fund, they're expensive. I'll just launch one weather balloon. So if you guys would like to donate to the weather balloon fund, again, anytime, we do have a Chandler. You're gonna have to remind me on the website what it's through to donate directly.
Anything.
There's a specific name for the site that it's hosted on. I forgot what it's
Hold,
called.
please. Stripe? Is that what you mean?
Yes, I knew it started with an S. Yeah, on Stripe. So yeah, we love to launch weather balloons, but they are expensive. So if you guys would ever love to help out with that, it's appreciated. We also have a Venmo account. It's always rotating at the bottom of the screen down there below Dawn. Also, Toby B, back from month number 16, is a bronze member, saying, will we be seeing a repeat performance tomorrow? And my answer to that is not likely. Again, as mentioned, pop-up storms are the main mode tomorrow, so it's not really going to be a complex. They're just going to have storm pop up here, storm pop up there, goes up, goes down, 30 minutes time. It's going to be hard because it's 4th of July tomorrow, and that's going to, you're going to see a clear radar, and all of a sudden a storm pops up over you unsuspectingly. It'll probably make you mad. But yeah, it's just kind of the way tomorrow's going to play out. A lot of pop-up storms possible. You'll just have to keep an eye on the radar very, very closely. So nothing like today for tomorrow, but tomorrow will provide the chance for some severe weather. Getting to the end of our super chats here. We have 2 more to go to. We have Fun Times. Once again, one of our moderators sending 10 gifted memberships for those who are subscribed here on YouTube. Appreciate you, Fun Times. And Scott R, 1999 super chat saying, thank you guys. Thank you, Scott, for your support, and thank you for tuning in. In all of that talking, as you noticed at the bottom of the screen, there's no more orange. The polygon is done. We are in all clear operations now here at MSC. Round of applause. Pat yourself on the back. You made it through another severe weather event. And yeah, we're about to hop off here for the evening and hopefully enjoy a little bit of 4th of July celebrations ourselves. Start the weekend. We are going to continue to watch, though, behind the scenes, a couple cells over in northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin. Those are tracking off to the east very, very slowly. However, again, it's becoming nighttime very soon, and so we'll have to see if they can hold together or if ultimately the lack of sunlight fueling these storms kind of kills them off. So we'll see. The rain itself, so as you can see in eastern Michigan, there's still a lot of rain left over, a lot of what we call a stratiform rain shield behind it. This is all light to moderate rain. The blues is your light rain, the green and yellow is your moderate. Obviously the reds and pinks is your heavy rain. This is going to be moving through the thumb between now and probably the next 2 hours. It should be out of the state by 10 o'clock. And again, it's still light outside until, sometimes 10, 10:30 now anyways, so if you guys can hold off until 10, 10:30 for your fireworks night, especially if you're here in the thumb, then you should be okay. But again, it's going to be a little bit rainy tonight on the east side of the state, especially in the thumb. Elsewhere, though, rain's clearing out, and the clouds are clearing out, too, if you're over in southwest and west Michigan. So enjoy the evening with your friends and family. And, of course, as always, if you need an icebreaker for tonight's festivities, feel free to talk about us here at MSC. We'd love to be that icebreaker. It's funny because all the time we always say, the best icebreaker is always talking about the weather, but we can talk about the weather and MSC at the same time. But yeah, we are warning free. So if you're tuning in right now and wondering why we're still live, well, technically, we're kind of just wrapping up here. So we are all good. Again, take a nice deep breath. You made it. we're happy to make it through this event again. Again, we're still looking for damage reports, significant damage reports. Again, most of the damage tonight has been damaging wind, straight line wind, nothing in the way of tornadoes. But again, if you are suspecting a tornado damage, I don't really expect any to come in unless it's from Mason area in Ingham County. Feel free to send that over. Time, specific location, and what you're seeing is appreciated. As detailed as you can get, and we'll go ahead and toss that over to the National Weather Service office. Thank you, Bertha, Jody, and Parallel. I do see those jewels that did come in. Appreciate you guys. Sunday is starting to look like a rain out, unfortunately. We're going to keep an eye on it, though. Much needed rain at least coming, but it's not going to be fun to end the weekend. Oh, I did skip Julie's super chat, I think. Julie says, Joel, since it's the 4th of July Eve, do you ever feel like a... That's supposed to be the Katy Perry lyrics. Thank you very much, Julie. Also saying, great job, guys. Thank you, Julie, and the rest of our moderator team for helping out tonight on the chat side of things. The power outage count, it's still rolling in here. Macomb County did make it up to 8.3% of the county without power. St. Clair is only 0.8% without power, so it looks like as it rolled out of Macomb County, it really started to wind down. But still 654 customers without power in St. Clair. Chandler, 473,000 is our total on outages.
Wow.
If you guys missed it, the top county by percentage is Van Buren County at 43% without power, followed by Hillsdale County at 38%. Monroe County has a third of the county without power at 33.9%. Fourth place, if you consider that a thing to strive for here, is Berry County. Now, again, a lot of their outages came in last night, so it's kind of an overlap between last night's severe winds and today's. You are fourth place with 31% of Berry County without power. And boy, what's fifth place here? Let's see. Looks like it's Lenawee County barely at 25.6%. Berrien County is right behind it at 24.1%. So if you're one of the unlucky 473,000 customers without power, amounting to probably 800,000 people total, unfortunately, we're looking at multi-day power outages here. So again, if you do have plans at your place this weekend that has no power, unless you have a generator, it looks like you're going to be in the dark through the rest of the weekend. And again, it's still going to be hot out there tomorrow and Sunday. Temperatures still in the 80s, especially here in southern Michigan. Not as hot as we saw earlier this week, but it's still going to be very hot out there, and you do want to be making sure to drink lots of water. So yeah, these outages, again, 473,000 is going to take a decent amount of time to repair. Thank you, Jackson. We'll check that out in our messenger. If it's damage, of course. Thank you, Lindsay and Shelly as well, again, for 200 joules. I think, Chandler, I think we're about ready to wrap this up. Probably could hop on into our trusted partners and then wrap it up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Alrighty. Well, again, as I mentioned at the end of the stream, we would shout out our trusted partners here. Oh, my headphones have just gone out. Oh well, I just won't be able to hear you guys. It's okay. Trusted partners here at MSC. We have 22 of them to read through. And again, our trusted partners are our main reason why we're able to do this 24/7, 365 days a year. So feel free to trust them when it comes to all of your restoration and damage repairs. So see them at the bottom of the screen, and read off where every location, where every business is located, so that way you can contact the one that is closest to you if you had damage today. And again, if you need a suggestion, we'll be on standby behind the scenes in Messenger, ready for you guys to ask us if you guys need help with this work today. And again, they're all licensed and insured and personally vetted by staff here at MSC. So, bottom of the screen. We'll read through them in alphabetical order. A-Class Construction and Restoration, based out of Northwest Lower Michigan. American Arbor, based in Southwest Lower Michigan. Apex Restoration Mitigation, covering Genesee County and the Thumb region. Battle Creek IT, for all of your IT needs across the Battle Creek area. Carlton Equipment Company, for all of your equipment rental needs, primarily in the southern Lower Peninsula. Crystal Flash, for all of your fuel and propane delivery needs across the Lower Peninsula primarily. Inc. Media, for all of your website and growth-focused digital marketing strategies. Katz Roofing and Siding, located in the Potterville area, covering Lansing as well. Kuiper Tree Care, located over in West Michigan. Over in Southeast Michigan, where the storms just recently came through, we got McKay Tree Specialists. Kuiper only covers West Michigan. McKay covers Southeast. Mike Hayes Roofing and Siding, for those who are out in Sanilac and St. Clair counties. Northern Steel Sales and Design, for all of your cold formed steel garages, buildings, and outbuilding needs in Cadillac, Michigan. On Top Roofing, located in Livingston County, covering the surrounding areas. Portland Federal Credit Union, turn to PFCU today for the best banking experience, located in multiple locations across the Lower Peninsula. Rainbow Restoration, based in West Michigan. Rapid Radios, it's a Grand Rapids-based company specializing in LTE wireless walkie-talkie needs. Ronald McDonald House Charities, feel free to donate today. Helps out families in need find the comfort they deserve in times of sickness. ServPro, from fire and water damage to mold remediation and storm cleanup, ServPro's got you covered 24/7. StormGuard Metro Detroit North, covering Oakland, Macomb, and Washtenaw counties. Top Gun Roofing and Exteriors, located in West Michigan. Top Notch Tree Care, located in the 127 corridor between Jackson and Lansing. And finally, Victor's Home Solutions, primarily located out of the Tri-Cities area. That's Midland, Bay City, Saginaw, and surrounding areas. That's our list. Again, Chandler's right below me. He's your contact person for if you would like to become a trusted partner here through the end of 2026 and perhaps to get on the waiting list for 2027. We'd love to have you guys on here. Again, spots are very limited, so do not delay. Have one request to go to the line in the Upper Peninsula. Absolutely. These storms are providing a flooding threat. There's a little bit of wind, a couple downbursts in there, perhaps around 35 to 40 miles per hour. No statements though. National Weather Service Marquette doesn't think too highly of these storms, but again, good downpours ongoing, and do watch out for flood advisories. Other than that, though, again, we're watching a couple storms. If you guys missed it at the couple months ago, we did mention there's a complex of storms now actually starting to get their act together a little bit more here in northwest Illinois. These storms are primarily heading due east, and they would be heading towards Van Buren, Barron, and Cass County later tonight. Probably not for another couple hours. We'll keep an eye on them. But for now, everyone should be able to enjoy the rest of their holiday evening. Chandler, is there anything else you'd like to add before we hop off?
Be safe. Don't light fireworks and hold them in your hand.
Yes, keep your fingers.
Not a good idea.
Cloudy with a chance of losing fingers. 10% chance if you are very close to them.
Don't. Yeah, no. No further comments, Your Honor.
Yes. Well, if we don't see you guys again for severe weather coverage within the next 24 hours, we hope you guys have a great Independence Day. Happy 4th of July. Happy 250th Independence Day, or anniversary of the Independence Day. And yeah, hopefully you guys enjoy this weekend. I know it's going to be a little bit stormy out there, but make the most of it. Enjoy the time with your friends and family and anyone else out there. And as always, we'll be watching here at Michigan Storm Chasers for any more severe weather that does come our way. No matter the day, no matter the time of the year. Before we hop off, make sure to hit that like button on the way out if you appreciate our coverage today. Follow along on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch TV, or X for future live streams. And we'll see you guys soon right back here at Michigan Storm Chasers for more live severe weather coverage. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you guys soon.